Simon Sez subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to Excel 365 for Beginners. My name is Deborah Ashby, I'm a Microsoft MVP and course instructor, and I am so excited to host this course for you. Excel 365 is Microsoft's evergreen version of Excel. It's part of Microsoft 365, a subscription service that ensures you always have the latest version of Excel with the latest features. No more lagging behind with old versions and no more having to purchase a new version of Excel to get the latest features. Microsoft 365 also comes with a handy online portal that allows us to access and use Excel and other applications on the go wherever we have an internet connection. So we no longer need to be using the desktop version of Excel in the office to work on our files. And do you want to know the really good news? Well, if you're already familiar with older versions of Excel, then upgrading to Excel 365 will be a complete breeze. Many of the features and utilities are the same, but we have so much more available to us in Excel 365. For example, we have a whole heap of brand new formulas such as filter, XLOOKUP, sort, sequence, unique, and so much more. We have new utilities such as picture in cell and new charting options. We have greater sharing and collaboration options as well. And we can co-author our workbooks with our colleagues in real time. And because Excel 365 is part of Microsoft 365, it integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft 365 applications like Teams and SharePoint. Now, this course is a beginner's course, and it's designed for people who are brand new to Excel in general, or people who are new specifically to Excel 365. It would also be perfect for anybody looking for a refresher on some of the basic but fundamental Excel skills that we all know and love. Now, the only thing you need to complete this course is a working copy of Excel 365. So if you haven't already, now would be a great time to sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription, which in turn is going to give you access to Excel 365. Now, the way that this course is structured is that we have a series of video lessons divided down into different sections. And these sections are arranged logically so that you can build your skills throughout this course. Each lesson has a video demonstration of roughly between 5 and 10 minutes in length. So it's super bite-sized. You can do a lesson whenever you have some free time. All of the files I use in this course are available for you to download, so you can follow along each lesson with me. And you'll see the files are named according to their lesson number, and there's a start file and a finish file for each lesson. That means that if you want to skip over a lesson for whatever reason, it's really easy for you to pick up the flow in the next lesson. So make sure you download those from the course files folder before we begin. You'll also find an exercise at the end of each section, so you can really practice the skills that you've learned. And you'll find all of the files that you need for this in the exercise files folder. And that is pretty much it. I think we're ready to dive in to our first lesson. One of the biggest advantages of using Excel 365 is that, unlike the standalone versions of Excel, we have access to a really handy online portal. And you can access the online portal through any browser wherever you have an active internet connection. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to fire up a browser. I'm going to use Microsoft Edge, but if you prefer to use something like Google Chrome, then that's not a problem. And then we can either go to Microsoft.com or Office.com. Now I'm going to go to Office.com simply because that's what I'm used to going to. Now notice that mine logs me straight into my online portal. It might be that you get taken to a sign-in screen where you'll be asked to enter in your email address and your password. And the sign-in credentials that you use is basically the email address that you assign to your Microsoft 365 subscription during the setup phase. So type in your email address and your password, and it's going to jump you to the screen that I'm in now. Now, once again, yours might look slightly different, or it will look different to mine, because this main page is kind of like a hub that shows you all of your latest activity. Now, if this is the first time that you're logging into Microsoft 365, then it might be fairly empty in here. You're not going to have any recommended documents. You might not even have any recently opened in the list below. But in general, this is what you're going to see. You're going to have a recommended section at the top, and again, these are just files that I've opened recently. We then have a quick access area at the bottom with various different filters to allow us to find files that we might want to open quickly. Notice we have a recently opened list, files that have been shared with us, and we can also add any file into our favorites list. Notice that I also have an Excel filter just here, so if I click this, it's going to show me only Excel files. Because remember, when you're working in the Microsoft 365 portal, this includes all files, so things like Word documents, PowerPoint presentations, not just simply Excel. And if we click the plus here, we can set up more content filters to filter that list of files. For example, if I want to have a filter that filters just Word documents, I can set that up as well. So I can toggle between just seeing Excel files and just seeing Word documents. Also notice at the top we have a search bar. This is a universal search, so whatever keywords we type in here, it's going to search across all applications in Microsoft 365 for content that matches. And that might be files. You can see here I have all the files that contain the word sales. It might be bookmarks, so obviously I've got the word sales included in here somewhere. It's also found any people that have the word sales in their job title. And it's also found a couple of SharePoint sites which contain the word sales. So don't forget that this is a universal search when you're working in the hub. Now, the hub is a centralized area that you can come to access all of the online versions of your applications. Notice on the left-hand side, we have a big long list of different apps that we can access. And if we click the app launcher, which is that little thing that looks a little bit like a waffle in the top left-hand corner, that's going to show us all of our apps. Now, the list of apps that you see in here will vary depending on the type of Microsoft subscription that you signed up for. For example, I have a business standard Microsoft 365 account, which includes things like SharePoint and Teams, applications that are more geared to business use. If you have a personal subscription, you'll find that you won't have things like that, but you will always have access to Outlook, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. The main point is your list might not look exactly the same as mine. So we can use this apps list to open any of our applications in a browser. So let's open up Excel. Because what you'll notice is that a new tab opens and I'm basically taken to Excel Online. And this is why Excel 365 is more flexible than the regular standalone versions of Excel. With those versions, we can only access Excel on our computer. Whereas with Excel for Microsoft 365, we can simply do exactly what we've done here. Fire up a browser, go to the portal, and launch Excel. So if I'm sitting on a train, as long as I've got a Wi-Fi connection, I can still work on my documents without having to be at my desk. So from here, I could fire up a blank workbook, and it takes me into a pretty comprehensive version of Excel. Now, there's a couple of things to be aware of when you're working in the online versions. You might not necessarily have access to all of the functionality that you'll find in the desktop version. And I will say this has greatly improved over the years. More and more features have been added to Excel Online to bring it more in line with the full version. But I will say that if you're just wanting to take a look at spreadsheets, make minor edits, we can do all of our formatting from here. We can insert pivot tables, charts, pretty much most of the things we're going to want to do when we're on the go, we can find in this version. But you will find that some of the more complex stuff isn't always available. The other thing to know about working within the online portal is that everything automatically saves. So what you'll notice is that if we click the File button, we don't actually have a Save button, we only have a Save As button. And that's because if I start typing in here, so let's just say I type in date and we'll say product, everything saves automatically back to the cloud. So I don't have to remember to press Ctrl S to save or go to File, Save. What we do need to do though is rename the file, because notice here it just says Book 2. But if we click up here, we can do that very simply. So I'm just going to call this Test 1. Notice the location, it's saving it into my OneDrive, into my Documents folder. And I can hit Enter to give that file a name. When we close down this Excel file, and we just do that by closing the browser window, if we were to now go back to our Office 365 homepage, and let's take a look at all of our documents, notice there is Test 1 at the top. If I want to jump back into it to edit, I can simply click to open it up and I can make my changes. So let's just make these headings bold. Again, everything saves. I don't need to do anything else. I can simply close it down and those changes will be saved. So when you're working in Excel for Microsoft 365, just be aware that everything saves back to OneDrive, to the cloud, and all changes are automatically saved.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
It's time now to do exercise 1. And as you can imagine, we don't have a great deal to do in this exercise because we've only just started the course. So the idea of this exercise is really just to set yourself up ready to begin the first lesson. So I'd like you to ensure that you have a working Microsoft 365 account that has access to Excel 365. I'd like you to sign in to office.com and ensure you're familiar with the Microsoft 365 interface and where to go to access applications, including Excel Online. And if you'd like to follow along with me, I want you to make sure that you've downloaded both the course files and the exercise files from their respective folders. That is it. There is no answer to this exercise. Just make sure you've done those things, and I will see you in the next section. In the last lesson, I showed you how easy it is to work in Excel Online. We simply log in to the Microsoft 365 portal and launch Excel from the app launcher. But it's safe to say that if you're sitting at your desk working in your office, you're probably going to want to use the full version of Excel. And indeed, that is what this training course will be conducted in predominantly. So how can we launch the desktop version of Excel? Well, as we've already seen, if you do sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription, you have the opportunity to install the full versions of all of the Microsoft 365 applications onto your PC. And this is where you'll get that full desktop version. So if you haven't done that already, go to Install Apps on the homepage of the portal and click on Microsoft 365 Apps. That will kick off the download process and download all of the applications. So once the applications have downloaded, how do we access Excel? Well, this is very much going to be determined by the operating system that you're using. I'm using Windows 11, and if I push my mouse down to the bottom of the screen, notice the icons that I have. You can see that I have the Excel icon pinned to the taskbar. Now, Excel isn't pinned down here by default, so you're going to find it underneath your Start menu. Now for me, I access my Start menu by clicking on the Windows icon just here, or alternatively, I can press the Windows key on my keyboard to pop open the menu. Now if you can't see Excel, Word and PowerPoint amongst these icons here, you can simply click in the search bar at the top and search for the application that you're looking for. So if I'm looking for a new installation of Excel, I can just type in Excel. There it is at the top, Excel app. I can either click to launch the application directly, but what I would suggest you do is that if Excel is an application that you use every day, you do pin it down onto your taskbar. What we can do is right click and we can choose to pin to taskbar. Now notice that mine says unpin from taskbar because I already have it pinned, but if you don't, it's going to say pin. So I highly recommend you do that because it means you're always going to have access to Excel pinned to this taskbar at the bottom. And you can see I've pretty much repeated this process for all of the applications that I use frequently. So once we have it pinned, to launch Excel, it's a simple case of just clicking on the icon, and this will take you to what we call the Start page. Now you only ever see this Start page when you first fire Excel up every single day. And from here, we can choose to create a new blank workbook. We could possibly start from a template, and then underneath we have a list of all of our recent documents to make them super easy to open and access. We can see any documents that we have pinned, and we can see any documents that have been shared with us by other people. So this recent list will constantly be changing. As we work and open new files, those will go to the top of this list. So my recommendation is that if you do have maybe a spreadsheet that you work on every single day, and you don't want that to keep moving around in this recent list, I do recommend that you pin it. So let's just say that I always access budgetanalysis.xlsx. If we take a look towards the middle here, we have a little pin icon. So I could click on the pin, and you can see that that's now pinned to the top of the recent list, and I can also find it under the pinned section. You can see there it is. Now there's lots more to explore in here, and we're going to get into that in the next few lessons, but for the time being, that is how you can launch Excel. We ended the last lesson by firing up Excel and just having a quick look at the start page. And in this lesson, we're just going to get ourselves a bit more comfortable with the Excel interface. So to do that, we're going to just very quickly create a new blank workbook. Now, when it comes to creating new blank workbooks, there are a couple of different methods that you can use. Notice on the start page here, we have blank workbook. We could click to select that. Alternatively, if we go to New just here, we have the option to select a blank workbook from here as well. Now, if you're somebody that loves keyboard shortcuts, you might be trying to use the keyboard shortcut Control-N just here to create a new blank workbook. But notice if I press it, it doesn't actually work when you're on the start page. So we're going to need to click to select the blank workbook. Now, a couple of things to note when you first create a new workbook. Notice the terminology that I'm using there. You may hear people refer to workbooks and worksheets. So what is the difference between the two? Well, if you take a look right at the bottom here, we have a tab that says Sheet 1. So this grid structure that we're looking at right now, this is called a worksheet. Now we can have multiple worksheets, and if you notice to the left, we have a little plus where we can add new sheets. So these are all worksheets, but the container, the file that contains all of these worksheets, is what we refer to as a workbook. So just make sure you have those two pieces of terminology straight in your mind. So I'm going to click on Sheet 1, and let's just do a quick tour of the interface. So right at the top in the title bar, notice this is where we have the title of the document. Now, when you create a new document, you're just going to get the default title, which is going to be Book 1, Book 2, Book 3. Now, of course, that is very generic. I would highly recommend that you do rename your documents. So we can rename this file by simply clicking in the title area, and then we can change the file name. So I'm going to call this My First Workbook. We can choose a location to save. Now, notice by default, it's going to save into OneDrive. And the advantage of saving it into the cloud is that every time you make a change, it's going to automatically update. You don't have to keep pressing save. It also means that you can access this file from anywhere through the online portal. So in general, I would always recommend that you start saving your files into the cloud. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about any of the rest of this stuff at this stage. Let's just get this workbook saved. I'm going to click on Save. Notice that the title changes at the top. Now, as soon as we named this workbook, another thing happened. You may or may not have seen it. It was pretty quick. The autosave button just here toggled itself on. Previously, this was toggled off. So this means that now every time we click and start typing and working in this workbook, all of the changes I'm making are constantly saving back to the cloud. So this file is always up to date. Also notice that we do have a little save button just here, but it has this little cycle, this little green cycle icon on it, because this now acts as more of a refresh between what we're working on and the cloud. So now we have this workbook saved. Underneath the title bar, this is where we have our tabs and our ribbons. If you're used to using older versions of Excel, you might remember that we used to have drop-down menus to access all of our commands. But in around 2010, that completely changed, and we now have these horizontal ribbons with all of our commands on them. So our commands are organized logically onto different ribbons. We have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, so on and so forth. So the Home tab, for example, will contain commands that are most common. These are the things that people use most when they're working in Excel. And you can see that all of our commands are then divided into different groups. And at the bottom, we have the group name. So we have clipboard, font, alignment, number, styles, so on and so forth. And you'll find that pattern across all of the ribbons. We always have groups that contain our commands. Now, if you're brand new to Excel, it is going to take a while to kind of really get to know where all of your commands are located on these ribbons, because there are so many different commands in Excel. And I might add, not all of them are on the ribbons. Another thing that you should be aware of is that with some of these groups, you'll see that they have a little diagonal arrow in the bottom corner. For example, the alignment group, we have this little diagonal arrow. If I hover my mouse over it, we can see the screen tip pop up there that says alignment settings. And if we click this, it's really going to open up more options related to this specific group. So if you can't find what you're looking for in the alignment group on the ribbon, click the diagonal arrow to reveal more options. And you'll find that follows through. If we go to the one for font, we have more font options underneath there. So don't forget, we have those little hidden dialog boxes underneath these diagonal arrows. Another thing to be aware of is that when you hover your mouse over any of these commands, you're going to get what we call a screen tip. And that's just really a helpful little pop-up that's going to tell you the command name and also give you a brief description. So this is super useful if you're not really sure what a command does. And you can always click Tell Me More underneath to open up the help file related to this command. So tabs and ribbons are a really important aspect of working in Excel. Now, underneath our ribbons, notice that we have this mostly empty horizontal bar. But we do have some icons on this bar on the left-hand side. This is where we have that auto-save toggle. And currently I have a save button, I have undo, and I have redo. Now, both of these are grayed out at the moment, so I can't click them because I haven't actually done any work to undo. If I was to type something, I'm just going to type hello in here, notice that they're now accessible. And if I want to remove that, I could click on undo, or I could press the keyboard shortcut Control Z to undo my last action. So undo and redo, really useful. Now this little group of icons is referred to as the Quick Access Toolbar, and we have a whole lesson dedicated to customizing this area. This is basically somewhere where we can add commands that we use frequently to make them easy to find, so we don't have to go hunting through the ribbons looking for specific commands. So we're going to talk a lot more about this in a couple of lessons' time. Underneath the Quick Access Toolbar, we have the name box, and that's going to display whatever cell I'm clicked in. So it's telling me I'm clicked in cell D4. If I click somewhere else, it's telling me I'm clicked in cell F7. Now there's a lot more you can do with this name box, which we'll get into a bit later on in the course. And then next to that, we have the formula bar. So this is where we come to type formulas and also edit formulas. And then the main part of this screen is taken up with our worksheet. And all worksheets in Excel are based on columns and rows, which gives this kind of grid structure. We have columns labeled with letters and rows labeled with numbers. And this makes it super easy for us to reference specific cells. For example, if I click here, I can see that that is cell H8. Notice column H is highlighted in grey, and so is row 8. I can also see in the name box that I'm currently clicked in cell H8. And we use these cells to house our text, numbers, and other information. And then right at the bottom, this is where we have our different worksheets. As I said, you can have multiple. And by default, they're going to be named generic names. So sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. Now, of course, we can rename our worksheets to make them more meaningful. And again, we'll look at that in another lesson. But just be aware, this is how you can switch between your different worksheets. You can either click on them, or alternatively, if you like keyboard shortcuts, you can move through the different worksheets by pressing Control, page down to go to sheet 2, page down again to go to sheet 3, page up to go the other way. On the right hand side, we have a scroll bar, a horizontal scroll bar, I should say. And then running right across the bottom, this is where we have the status bar. So the status bar is where you're going to find different pieces of useful information. And what you see down here will change depending on what you're doing. This is also the area that houses the different views, because there are different ways that we can view a worksheet in Excel. And you can see those over on the right hand side, and we can switch between them simply by clicking on the icon. Now, these aren't going to make much sense to you at the moment, so we're just going to stick with normal view. And then finally, we have this little zoom slider. So the default is 100% zoom. If we click the plus, it's going to zoom in. If we click the minus, it's going to zoom out. So that is entirely personal preference. But those are the main elements that make up the interface when you're working in Excel. So since the last lesson, I've gone in and I've added some data and an image into my worksheet. Now, I don't want to skip ahead too far here because we haven't even spoken about data entry or how to insert images, but I wanted to get something in this worksheet so that I can demonstrate to you contextual menus and contextual ribbons. Now, what do we mean when we say contextual menu? Well, pretty much what it says on the tin. It's contextual to wherever we're clicked. So if I click in my table of data just here, I'm going to click on cell B4, and in B4 I simply have a piece of text. It's an order number. Now, aside from being able to do things with this piece of text, so maybe I want to go up and change some of the formatting options from the ribbon, we can also right click on the cell and we get a contextual menu. Now, the reason why this is contextual is because the items that we see in this menu are very much based on the type of data that we've clicked on in the cell. So what we see in this menu when we're right-clicked on a piece of text is going to be different if we're clicked on, let's say, a picture. For example, I have a picture just here. Let's right-click. The options I get are different and are related to the picture. For example, we have Save as Picture just here, but when I'm clicked on text and I right-click, we don't have that option in here. So the point I'm trying to make is that depending on what you've right-clicked the mouse on, you're going to get different menu options. Now, along the same vein, we also have contextual ribbons. So if you take a look at my ribbons at the moment, where we have Home, Insert Drawer, Page Layout running across the top, we will also see up here from time to time other ribbons as well, because not all ribbons show as tabs by default. For example, this data set that I have here that's showing these products and the prices, this is actually an Excel table. And again, we haven't spoken at all about Excel tables at this stage, but just be aware that I've put this into a table. Now, keep your eyes on these ribbon tabs at the top, because when I click in the table, notice I get a new ribbon called Table Design. So this is in effect contextual as well. When I click on it, I'm going to see all of the commands related to Excel tables. For example, I can change the table style from here. I can do some various things with the table style options. I can insert slicers, which are like filters. I can create pivot tables and charts. So everything on this ribbon is contextual. Now, when I'm not clicked in this table, so for example, if I click in a blank cell just somewhere else on the worksheet, that contextual ribbon is going to disappear. So this is pretty good because it prevents your ribbons from being too cluttered. We don't have everything visible all the time. Things appear when they're needed and relevant. The same thing will occur if you insert a picture into your spreadsheet. So I have a picture just here. Again, keep your eye on the tabs at the top. When I click on the picture, I get a picture format ribbon. When I click on that, I have all of the options related to formatting, resizing, and managing pictures. If I click away, it disappears. So you'll find that with lots of elements when you're working in Excel. For example, if you've inserted a chart and you click on the chart, you're going to get a few extra ribbons up here related to formatting, editing the data, and designing your chart. If you click on a pivot table, you're going to get ribbons related to pivot tables. So don't forget when you're clicked somewhere to glance up at these tabs just to make sure that you don't have a contextual ribbon with more options that you didn't know were there. And the final thing to point out in this lesson is that we also have panes that will open up on the right-hand side. For example, if I click on the picture, right-click, and go to Format Picture at the bottom, it's going to open a Format Picture pane. And again, this is something that you'll commonly see. There's always going to be some kind of format option that will open a pane. For example, if I click in the data, right-click, I don't have Format Picture, but I do have Format Cells. And this time it pops open a dialog box as opposed to a pane. So just be aware of these right-click menus, hidden contextual ribbons, and also panes that can pop up at any time, depending on what you're working in your Excel spreadsheet. In a previous lesson, we briefly spoke about the Quick Access Toolbar. And just a reminder, in case you've forgotten, you'll find the Quick Access Toolbar lurking underneath your ribbons. It's this little thing here where we can see autosave, save, undo, and redo icons. Now, as I mentioned, this is an area that we can customize. So this is brilliant if you have commands that you use frequently and you don't want to have to hunt through the ribbons in order to find them, because we can customize this with whatever commands we like to make them easily accessible. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at the different methods you can use to add commands to your Quick Access Toolbar, and then I'll leave it to you to customize your own. Now, by default, you're always going to have autosave, save, undo, and redo on your Quick Access Toolbar. So if you launch Excel straight out of the box, this is what you're going to see. But of course, we can add to that. And the simplest way to add any command to the Quick Access Toolbar is to find the command on the ribbon. For example, let's say that I always use bold font formatting. Right-click on the command and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. As soon as I click that, you can see there it is, easily accessible. Maybe I want to add something else. Let's go across to the Data tab. Maybe I'm always sorting data. So I'm going to right-click on Custom Sort and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar, and there it is. So we can build up a long list of commands that we use frequently. So I'm just going to add a few onto here. Now, aside from adding commands that way, notice that at the end of the Quick Access Toolbar, we have this little drop-down arrow. When we hover over it, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. So when we click this, it's going to pop open a menu, and notice in here we have 20 or so commonly used commands. So these are the commands that Microsoft think will be most useful to you to add to the Quick Access Toolbar. Now, the ones that we already have added have a tick next to them, but we could add any of these others simply by selecting them. So yeah, I'm always spell checking my spreadsheets, so maybe I want to add spelling. Maybe I want to add quick print. Maybe I want to add new. So that is another way that you can add your commands. Incidentally, if you want to remove commands from the Quick Access Toolbar, you can simply right-click and choose Remove. Or alternatively, if you've added them via this method, you can just deselect them from the list. Now, it's worth noting that not all commands in Excel are available on these ribbons. There are many other commands that kind of lurk in the background, which aren't as accessible as others. It also might be that you want to add a specific command to the Quick Access Toolbar, but you can't actually find it on the ribbon. If that is the case, what I would recommend is that you click this drop down and go to More Commands just here. What that's going to do is it's going to jump you across to Excel Options, and again, this is an area that we'll look at a bit later on, and straight to the Quick Access Toolbar section. Because what we can do from here is pull up a list of all commands available in Excel and add them to the Quick Access Toolbar that way. So on the right hand side, this is where we can see the commands that we currently have on the Quick Access Toolbar, and you can see all of the ones that I've just added. And then on the left hand side, this is where we can choose commands to add to the Quick Access Toolbar, divided down by category. So currently I'm displaying in this list all of the most popular commands. But if I want to see everything, I could click the drop down and choose All Commands, And then I get a list of absolutely everything that's available in Excel. And fortunately, these are listed alphabetically, so if you're looking for something specific, it makes it a little bit easier to find. So maybe I want to let's add some alignment options. I would just select the command and click on the Add button in the middle to put it over on the Quick Access Toolbar. So I'm going to add a few. Let's just add a few alignment commands like so. Really nice and simple. Similarly, if you want to remove items from the Quick Access Toolbar, you can select, so let's go for Convert Text to Table and click on Remove. And also when you're working in this view, it's very simple to rearrange or reorder our commands. If I want Flash Fill to be further up the top, I can simply click the up arrow to the right hand side to move it, or I can move it back down again. And the final thing that's quite useful in here is that we can give our Quick Access Toolbar a little bit of structure by adding separators. Now I already have 2 separators on my Quick Access Toolbar, and you can see them just here. It's these lines. So these serve as a visual way of grouping together commands of similar type. And what you'll find is if you want to add a separator, if you scroll up to the top of any of these lists, you'll have the option to add a separator. So if I add a couple into here, I can then arrange them how I want them to be arranged. So I'm going to grab this separator. I'm going to move it down because I want undo and redo to be grouped together. I'm going to grab this separator and I'm going to move it up because I want to separate my formatting from my sorting and filtering. And maybe I want to take this separator and place it just there so that all of my alignment options are grouped together. So how you arrange these is very much personal preference. Let's click on OK, and it's going to rejig our Quick Access Toolbar, and you can see that that now looks a little bit more organized. The final point to mention here about the Quick Access Toolbar is that you can change its position. So mine is currently underneath my ribbons, but if you don't like it there, you can choose to display it above your ribbons as well. If we click the drop down again, notice that we can show above the ribbon, and it's going to put the Quick Access Toolbar up here. Now, it's not my preference to have it up there because I tend to forget it's up there when it's shoved in the corner like that, so I like to have mine shown below the ribbon. And if you don't like the Quick Access Toolbar at all and you think you're never going to use it, you can simply turn it off by choosing Hide Quick Access Toolbar. It gets rid of it and you get a little bit more screen space back. If you want to get it back, if you cast your eyes all the way over to the right hand side, notice on the ribbons we have this drop down arrow that says Ribbon Display Options. If I click this, this is how I can bring back the Quick Access Toolbar. So this is a super useful way of customizing your copy of Excel. Using keyboard shortcuts in Excel is the best way to improve your efficiency and productivity. Keyboard shortcuts are just a series of keyboard strokes that will execute commands, meaning that we don't have to use our mouse and click around on the ribbons. And a lot of people find that simply working with their keyboard is a lot quicker than constantly reaching for the mouse or switching between the two. Now, if you're anything like me, you'll probably use a combination of both. I use my mouse for a lot of things, but I also have a set of keyboard shortcuts that I commonly use. So I would highly recommend learning some basic keyboard shortcuts that will execute common commands quickly. So in this lesson, I'll demonstrate a few of my favorite keyboard shortcuts, but I'll also show you a couple of places you can go to print out a full list of all keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. You can then print this out, have it on your desk, and over time, you'll commit some of the most popular to muscle memory. Now, keyboard shortcuts generally involve holding down the Control or the Shift key, or in some cases both, and pressing a number or a letter. For example, if I wanted to select all of the data within this table, I can click inside the table and press Ctrl-A, and it's going to select everything. If I want to select just this column of data, I can press Ctrl-Shift down arrow. If I want to select the entire row of data, Ctrl-Shift right arrow. And of course, the opposites of these work as well. So if I'm clicked at the bottom, I can do Ctrl-Shift up arrow to select all of the data. If I'm clicked on the right in the last cell, Control-Shift-Left arrow to select the entire row. Now, if we're not clicked within data, maybe we're just down here in a blank cell, I can press Shift Spacebar to select the entire row, or Control Spacebar to select the entire column. And then, of course, we have some of the most popular keyboard shortcuts for things like copying and pasting. So if I want to copy, let's say I want to copy this section of this table, I can press Control-C to copy. Notice as soon as I do that, I get these little marching ants, that's what we call them in the Excel world, round the outside of my selection, and I can then scroll somewhere else and press Control-V to paste that data in. If I want to undo my last action, Control-Z will do that. And if we have a selection still flashing like we do here, we can press the Escape key to deselect that selection area. We have formatting shortcuts, so I can select some text. I'm going to select this row. Control-B will make it bold, Control-I will make it italic, and Control-U will underline. And we can simply press all three of those keyboard shortcuts again to remove them. So Control-U will remove the underline, Control-I will remove the italics, and Control-B will remove the bold. Now there are so many other shortcuts other than those simple ones that I've just shown you just there. So let's take a look at a few ways that we can find out more about our keyboard shortcuts. If we jump up to the Home ribbon, and if I hover my mouse over bold, for example, notice that it's showing the keyboard shortcut in brackets in the screen tip. So you'll find that for some of these commands, you can find out what the keyboard shortcut is simply by looking at that screen tip. Now this doesn't apply to everything. If I hover my mouse over middle align, you can see it's not showing the keyboard shortcut. So this is a little bit hit and miss, but for a lot of things you will be able to see the shortcut in the screen tip. Now another really popular way of using keyboard shortcuts, and this has really come more into prominence over the last couple of years, is to use Alt key tips. So what are those? Well, if we press the Alt key on our keyboard, check out what happens to our ribbon. I now get a letter or a number assigned to all of my tabs. Now to come out of this mode, we can press Escape and it's going to get rid of those letters. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select this row, Control-Shift, right arrow. I'm going to press Alt and I want to make this row bold. So I can go to the Home tab by pressing H. Notice I then get a different set of shortcuts for each of the commands. And I can see that the number 1 is assigned to bold. So I can then press 1 and it's going to apply that formatting. So by pressing Alt-H1 keyboard shortcut, I've managed to apply bold. Alt-H1 again is going to remove bold. So you have all of these different keyboard shortcuts. We can jump across to other ribbons. So if I go to the Insert ribbon, I can press N just here. If I want to insert a picture, I can go to P, so on and so forth. Escape to come out of that mode. So don't forget about those as well. Again, you'll find that you'll have a few combinations that you commit to memory, and you'll use those most often. Now, what if we just want to see a big long list of all of the keyboard shortcuts in Excel? Well, we have two options. The first thing we can do is jump into the Help files by pressing the F1 key on our keyboard. Notice it opens Help in a pane on the right-hand side, and we can simply search for keyboard shortcuts in Excel and hit Enter. It's brought up a list of search results. I'm going to select the top item just here. We get some information about keyboard shortcuts. And if we scroll down, you can see that we have our shortcuts divided into different categories. So if we go to frequently used shortcuts, it's going to jump us down to that section of the document, and you can see here we have a list of all of the keyboard shortcuts. To close a workbook, Control-W, open a workbook, Control-O, so on and so forth. So this is quite a nice way of being able to find your keyboard shortcuts. But the other way that we could use, the much more modern way I might say, is to utilize ChatGPT. And I'm sure by now there's been so much buzz about ChatGPT that most of you are familiar with exactly what it is. And ChatGPT can be brilliant for things like this. So I've simply fired up a browser. I've searched for ChatGPT, and it is worth noting that you will need to create an account in order to use ChatGPT. But you can use GPT 3.5 for free, which is the version that I'm using. So all we need to do down here is where it says send a message, we can type, please show me a list of all keyboard shortcuts in Excel. Hit enter to send that through. And it's going to go away, it's going to give us some information, but then it will start to produce all of those keyboard shortcuts. Now there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts in here, so we're not going to sit here and wait for this to finish. I'm just going to choose stop generating, because what we could then do is scroll up to the top and notice we have a copy button just here. So I could choose to copy this information and maybe paste it into something like a Word document. So I'm just going to open Word Online from the Microsoft 365 portal. Let's create a new blank document, and then I can simply press Ctrl V to paste all of those shortcuts in. Now you're probably going to have to do a little bit of formatting here, but once you've got these in here, you can then save this file, you can print it off, and you can have it on your desk. So those are some useful keyboard shortcuts and some different methods for accessing the full list of keyboard shortcuts in Excel. It's time now to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to launch the desktop version of Excel and simply create a new blank workbook. Now, once you have that workbook open, I'd like you to be able to identify the following interface elements: the status bar, the ribbons, the title bar, the grid, and the quick access toolbar. Make sure you know where all of those are located. Next, I'd like you to add some commands to the quick access toolbar. Now, I don't mind which commands you add, but just as a suggestion, you might want to add print preview and print, AutoFormat, and sort. And I'd also like you to add a separator that separates those commands from the other commands on the quick access toolbar. And the final part of this exercise is to know which keystroke will show key tip shortcuts on all of the ribbons. That is it for this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to launch the desktop version of Excel. Now you're going to find Excel either pinned to the taskbar at the bottom, as mine is just here. Alternatively, you might have to search for it underneath the Start menu. Now, how you search for Excel will differ depending on if you're using Windows 11, Windows 10. So just do your normal search that you would do to find any application. As long as it's installed, you'll be able to find it. So I'm going to click on the Excel icon just simply to launch Excel 365 on my desktop. And I simply asked you to create a blank workbook. So in the new area up here, let's click on blank workbook. The next thing I asked you to do was to identify certain elements of the Excel interface. For example, the title bar, that is this area in green that we have running across the top. Our ribbons are just below that, and we can click to switch to different ribbons. Remember, the ribbons house our commands. I asked you to find the status bar, and the status bar is this bar that runs across the bottom. Currently, this is where we can go to change our zoom levels and also switch between different views. I asked you to be able to identify the grid. That is our big worksheet in the middle just here. And finally, I asked you to be able to identify the quick access toolbar. And you'll either find this below your ribbons, like mine is here, or you might have it above your ribbon like that. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize this quick access toolbar and add some commands. And I don't mind which commands you added, but I did give you some suggestions. Now, as always, there are a few different ways that we could do this. For example, you can click on any command, right-click, and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Alternatively, you can click the drop-down and you can choose one of the commands from this list, Print Preview and Print. And if you can't find the command that you're looking for, you can jump into More Commands and you can choose what you want to add from one of these menus. So I'm going to add, let's add email, let's add it across to the quick access toolbar. I also asked you to add a separator. We find our separators at the top of each list. We can simply click on add, and then we can use our up and down arrows to move that into position and then click on OK. The final thing I asked you to do was make sure that you know which keystroke you press in order to bring up all of those key tip shortcuts. And if you recall from the lesson, we need to press the Alt key to bring those up. That's it for this exercise. I will see you in the next section. So far in this course, we've seen how to create a brand new blank workbook. But there are lots of other methods that we can use to save time, and one of those methods is to use templates. So we're going to close out of this file that we've been working on. Now, when it comes to closing files, there are a couple of really important points to note, because I know from experience that this can trip people up. A lot of people think that to close the workbook that they're working on, they click on the cross in the top right-hand corner. Now, just be aware, this will close all of Excel, not just the workbook that you're working on. So if you accidentally do this, it means you're going to have to restart Excel and then reopen your files. If you want to just close the workbook but leave Excel open, you need to go to File and you have a Close button just here. Another way that you can close is to simply use the keyboard shortcut Control-W. Notice it's closed the workbook, but it's left Excel open. So this time we're going to create a new workbook, but we're going to use a template instead. Now we get to our templates simply by going to File, and then we can jump to New. Alternatively, we could use keyboard shortcuts to do this. We could press Alt, F, and N. That's going to take us to where we need to be. And I'm going to press the Alt key again to get rid of those keyboard shortcuts. You can press Escape or Alt. Now notice at the top there we have New Blank Workbook. That is by far the most common template, I guess, that you're going to select. But if we scroll down, check out what we have. We have a tab called Office, and then we have all of these online templates. And these are templates provided by Microsoft, which are pre-populated with formatting and information to give you a head start when you're creating spreadsheets. So which one of these templates you choose really depends on what it is that you're trying to do. You will see that they are organized into different categories, so we have business, personal, planners and trackers, so on and so forth. Or alternatively, you can simply click at the top here and type in what you're looking for. So maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I'm going to type in invoice. I can press enter or click the magnifying glass. It's going to search through all of the online templates and produce a list of all of the ones that match invoice. So I can then scroll through and I can find one that I think looks quite nice. Let's go for this one just here. When we click on it, we're going to get a little bit of information about the template. We can see the download size, and then we can click on Create. That's going to download the template and open it up in Excel. And the cool thing about these templates is that a lot of them are pre-populated with things like formulas, so that you don't really have to do anything yourself. For example, this is an invoice template, so what I'm probably going to do down here is I'm going to enter the quantity, the description, the unit price of whatever service I'm invoicing for. But check out where we have line total. If I click in this cell, if we look in the formula bar, can you see there's already a formula in here? And this formula is going to calculate what the line total is based on the quantity and the unit price. The template also comes nicely formatted, so we don't have to spend any time designing a nice looking invoice. All we would probably do here is insert our own logo, and if we wanted to change the colors, we could come in and we could do that. Everything in here is customizable, but it just gives you a really nice base to start from. Now, if this invoice template is a template that I want to use over and over again for different clients or customers, it's beneficial to save this blank invoice as a template that we can reuse over and over again. So if we go up to the File menu, this is where we need to go into Save As. Now, when you come to this save screen, it can look a little bit complicated at first. But what you should see in here is your OneDrive account that's associated with your Microsoft 365 account. And if you have a SharePoint site, you're going to see that in there as well. So you can see I have access to my OneDrive and also my site in SharePoint. So I can choose to save into either of these locations. Alternatively, if you're more familiar with saving via File Explorer, then if you click the Browse button just here, that's going to open up the File Explorer window that might be more familiar to you. and you can navigate to whichever folder you want to save this template into. Now, one thing to note here when you're thinking about where to save your template, notice underneath we have Save As Type, and currently it says Excel Workbook. All Excel workbooks, when you save them, will have the default file extension of .xlsx. Now, if you want to save something as a template, you need to change this to this file type just here, Excel template .xltx. Now, when I select this type, it jumps me to a very specific folder. Notice that I'm now in Documents, Custom Office Templates. And in here, this is where I'll find all of my Excel file templates. Now, I would highly recommend that you save your templates into this default folder that it takes you to. And I'll show you in a minute why. Let's just give our invoice a name. So I'm going to say Customer Invoice Template and click on Save. So now that we have this saved, let's close it down, Control W. And if we go back to File and New, if I want to reuse that template, all I would need to do is click on the Personal heading just here. Because underneath Personal, this is where we can see all of the templates that we've saved. So I have quite a few in here. This is the one we just saved. When I click to open it up, you can see there it is, and it's automatically been given a name of Customer Invoice Template 1. So any changes we make here are not going to overwrite the original because we saved it as Customer Invoice Template. So that is the reason why I will always save into that custom folder to make it easy to access from underneath Personal. So don't forget about these Office templates. There are so many useful ones in here. As I said, they are brilliant for giving you a head start when creating Excel worksheets. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can work with worksheets in a workbook in a little bit more detail. Now, currently I don't have anything open in Excel, so let's reopen the file that we were working on earlier. Now, to open a file, we can either go to File and Open. Alternatively, we can press the keyboard shortcut, Control O, and that's going to jump us to where we need to be. Now, if you're looking to open a file that you've accessed recently, then if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, notice that we have the Workbooks tab selected at the top, and then we have our most recent files. They're divided down into groups, so you're going to see any files that you've pinned to the top of the list first. Then you're going to see all of the files that you've opened today, this week, and then older. So we're looking for the file My First Workbook. I opened that today, and there it is just there. So let's click to reopen. Now, as we mentioned previously, a workbook can contain multiple worksheets. And you can see that within this workbook, we have 5 worksheets at the bottom. I showed you how to add them by clicking on the plus just here to add more. Now, notice that when I've added 2 more, sheets 6 and 7 are now appearing out of sequence. It goes sheet 1, sheet 6, sheet 7, sheet 2. So how can we move these worksheets? Well, it's a simple case of dragging and dropping. And if we need to move multiple, we can simply hold down the Control key and select the other worksheet, in this case sheet 6, and then we can drag all the way across to the end and drop them. And now everything is back in order. So really simple to move your worksheets around via drag and drop. What else can we do with these worksheets? Well, we can rename them. And I would highly recommend that you rename your worksheets to make them more meaningful for not only yourself, but anybody who's looking at this workbook. Now, to rename a worksheet, again, there are 2 different ways that we can do this. We can right-click on the worksheet and choose Rename, or alternatively, we can simply double-click on the sheet name and then over type. So I'm going to call this Product Sales and hit Enter. And you can go through and you can rename your worksheets whatever you want to name them. So I'm just going to name a few of these. What else can we do with our worksheets? Well, if we right-click on the first worksheet, we do get a contextual menu with other options in here. For example, we can change the tab color. Now, not only does this make your workbook look a little bit more colourful and interesting, it's also quite useful for grouping together worksheets of similar type. For example, I have 3 worksheets here called Chart 1, Chart 2 and Chart 3. So these are all charts. Maybe I want to visually indicate that by making all of the tabs the same colour. So once again, I can hold down Control and select all of the tabs, right-click, go to tab colour, and then I can choose whatever colour I like. I'm going to go for this purple colour. Maybe I want pivot and dashboard to be the same colour. Again, we can hold down Control to select them and then choose a colour from the palette. And for these ones, I'm going to give budget a orange colour, and for product sales, let's go for this blue. So using colour to group your worksheets together is a really nice way to visually indicate data that kind of belongs together. Now, what about if I wanted to make a copy of a worksheet? So I've got data on this product sales worksheet. Maybe I want to reuse this data, but just update the order dates. So instead of creating a brand new worksheet and retyping all of this, I can simply copy the worksheet. Now, when it comes to copying, if we right-click on this tab and go to Move or Copy, we need to make sure that we select Create a Copy at the bottom, because notice we come to this same area to move or to copy. So if we don't have this selected, it's going to move the worksheet. If we select this, it's going to create a copy. We can specify where we want to move it to. So I want to keep it within this workbook, but I want to move it to the end. Let's click on OK, and you can see exactly what we get. We now have product sales 2, because we can't have 2 worksheets named the same thing. So you could go in and rename this, or you could just leave it as product sales 2. So very easy to make a copy. And if we want to delete this worksheet, once again, we can right click and we have a delete option in here. Now, if we go back to here and go back into move or copy, if we don't select create a copy and just choose move to end, it's going to actually move it as opposed to making a copy. But it's also worth noting that we don't have to use the right-click menu to move or to copy. If I want to move a tab, I can simply click and drag, as we saw at the beginning of this lesson. And if I want to create a copy, I can simply do the same thing, but add in the Control key. So if I hold down Control, click and drag, I'm going to get a copy as opposed to just moving the worksheet. So really nice and straightforward. And the final thing to mention here, when it comes to adding worksheets, we've already seen one of the methods. We can click on the plus at the end, and I would say that tends to be the method I use most often. But we could also right-click and go to Insert. That's going to insert a worksheet. Or alternatively, we could go to the Home tab, into the Cells group, and underneath Insert, we can insert a sheet from here as well. Notice I do that, it's called sheet 11. I can then move it to the end and rename it to whatever I like. And notice if we go back to insert sheet, we do also have a keyboard shortcut which provides us with another method. The keyboard shortcut is Shift F11. So when I do that, notice I now have another sheet called sheet 12. Now I don't want either of these sheets, so I'm going to hold down Control, select them both, right click and then choose Delete. So a few different options there when it comes to renaming, changing the tab color, and also moving, copying, and deleting worksheets. In this lesson, I just wanted to take the opportunity to explain a little bit more about how saving Excel files into OneDrive works, because I find that this tends to be a bit of a sticking point for some people. Now, when you're working in OneDrive, you're effectively working in the cloud, and cloud storage has been around for a number of years now. One of the advantages to saving your files into the cloud is it makes them easily accessible to other people. So it means we're not having to attach files to emails if we want to share them. We can simply save them to a shared cloud folder, and everybody can access the file that way. And the best thing about it is that whoever opens that file and makes changes, all of those changes automatically save back to the cloud. So you're always going to have the most up-to-date copy. Now, OneDrive is installed onto your PC when you work through the setup process for Microsoft 365. So what you should find is that when you're working in Excel, if you go to File and go down to Save a Copy, you should be able to see your OneDrive sitting just here. So you can see mine is called OneDrive. It has MSFT after it because there are two different types of OneDrive account. You can have a personal OneDrive, which goes with personal Microsoft 365 subscriptions, or if you have a business subscription, you're going to have the business version of OneDrive. And that's exactly what I have here. Now I'm clicked on it in this list, and then on the right hand side, I can see all of the files and folders that are located within my OneDrive folder. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it Course Files. Let's click on OK. So now if I wanted to save this workbook, I can simply click on Course Files and either keep the current name or I can rename it as something else. So I'm going to call this Product Sales and click on Save. So notice now this document's name has changed in the title bar and this is saved into OneDrive. Now if we close down this file, Control W, and then go back to File and into Open, again, notice we have quick access to OneDrive just here. So to reopen, I would just select my drive, go to the folder, and there is my file. I can double click to open. But it's also worth noting that if you're somebody who tends to work predominantly in File Explorer, you tend to do a lot of your file opening from there, your OneDrive folders get synced to File Explorer. So if I open up my File Explorer, you can see at the top here, these are my different OneDrives. The one that I've been working in is Deb MSFT. If I click this, I can see all of the folders and all of the files. If I double click on Courses Files, there is that product sales workbook. Now I'm going to go back a level because I want to rename this. So let's rename this Course Files as opposed to Courses Files. That's a little bit better. Now what you'll notice is that when you're working with OneDrive files within File Explorer, we have this status column just here. And this will basically tell you what status this file or this folder is in terms of the cloud. So when we're making changes to things, you might see a little circular icon just here. For example, if I just go in and rename again, I'm going to change this to, let's just change it to Course Files 1. Notice what happens when I hit enter. That icon changes to a little refresh icon. And that shows it's synchronizing with the cloud version to keep everything up to date, whether we're accessing our files online through the portal or on our PC. When we have a green tick, it means it's fully synchronized with the cloud. Now notice that some of these other folders just have a little cloud icon next to them. And that means that these are actually stored in the cloud only. So I can still see them in File Explorer on my PC, but when I double click to open, it basically needs to download from the cloud first of all. And of course, when we save our files into OneDrive, it means that we can open them through the Microsoft 365 portal as well. So if we go to the app launcher and open up OneDrive, we should find that underneath recent, right at the top here, there is our product sales workbook. So it doesn't matter where I open this from, it's always going to be the most up-to-date copy. So that's just a little bit more information about how to work with OneDrive and Excel files. In this lesson, we're going to start actually working in Excel. And we're going to begin in this lesson by taking a look at some of the rules and quirks of entering in text, numbers, and dates into cells, because there's some really important things that you need to know here. So we're still working in our product sales worksheet, but notice that I've removed all of the data that I had in here previously. So in cell B4, we're going to start by entering in an order number. Now to start typing into cells, all we need to do is basically click on the cell and start typing. So I'm going to enter in my order number ORD-0001. Once you've finished entering in your information, you have a couple of different options. If you then want to move across to the order date column, you can press the tab key and it will move you straight across. Otherwise, if you press enter, it's going to move you to the cell below. Now, if I now wanted to go in and maybe make an amendment to what I have in this cell, I can either double click to go into edit mode. You can see my cursor is now there and I can make changes like so. Or alternatively, we can press the F2 key. That's also going to put us into edit mode and we can go in and make whatever changes we need to make. Now, if I'm in edit mode and I don't want to tab across to the next cell and I don't want to go to the cell below, maybe instead I want to stay in the cell that I'm working in. We can press Control Enter. It will take us out of edit mode but keep us in the same cell. So that's another really handy little shortcut. Now I am going to press Tab to go across to the order date column. So I'm currently working in cell C4. Remember, we can see that in the name box. Now when it comes to entering dates into cells, this can seemingly be a little bit quirky sometimes. And just for the record, throughout the balance of this course, I'm using US date format and US currency. So let's say that this is July the 12th, 2023. Press the tab key. All looks good so far. I can then enter in the item. So we're just going to type in product A and press tab. Quantity, let's say 3. The price is $5 and the total we're going to leave for the moment because that's going to be a calculation of quantity multiplied by price. Now we haven't had too many issues there when we're entering in our data, but there are a few things that you need to be aware of. Now we're going to delve into this topic in more detail a bit later on, but notice here for the quantity and price columns, I don't really like the way that these numbers are displaying. I don't just want 5 in there, maybe I want to have 5.00. That might look a bit better. Or maybe I want to have the currency symbol at the start. Well, this is where we get into the realm of number formatting. And if you go up to the Home tab, you'll notice that we have a group called Number where we can find all of our different number formats. And we have various different number formats in here. So general is no real specific format. We have number, currency, accounting, short date, long date, so on and so forth. I don't want to go too far down a tangent into number formatting because we have a whole lesson dedicated to this later on. But just to show you an example, I want the price column to show as currency. So I'm going to choose the currency option just here. And you can see what we get. We get a dollar symbol and we get 2 decimal places. So that looks a lot better. Now quantity, that's fine. I just want it to say 3. Product A, that's fine as well. But notice the difference between text and numbers. Text in a cell will always be aligned to the left of the cell. Whereas when we have a number, such as the quantity just here, numbers are always aligned to the right. Notice in column C that we have our dates aligned to the right as well. Now, another little quirk that you sometimes come across when you're entering dates into a spreadsheet is that you'll type the date in and it won't look like a date. You'll get a strange number. So let me show you what that looks like. So let's say you type a date into a cell and instead of getting the date, you get a number that looks like this. Now again, this is related to number formatting. It just means that you have the wrong number formatting applied to the column or the cell. If you check out the number formatting that I currently have applied, it says general at the top here. And what I really want this to be is date. Now, just as a side note, if you're wondering what this strange looking number is, this is actually the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. That date is kind of day 0 for Excel, and to Excel, dates are simply numbers with formatting applied over the top. So we are 45,119 days past the 1st of January 1900. So to fix this, if you do see a column of numbers that look like this, we simply just need to go in and we can apply either short date or long date format. If I was to choose long date, that's what it looks like. Most of the time, you're going to prefer to have short date. Now in column B, we have an order number. And this is one of those pieces of data where we have a mixture of different things. So we have text, but we also have numbers. Now, because text is the first thing in the cell, it's aligning it to the left as if it's text. Now, what about if I was to edit this cell, double click and remove ORD dash? Check out what happens when I do this. I'm going to remove it, so we just have 0001. Press enter. Excel changes it to 1. And that is an expected behavior in Excel. It always removes leading zeros. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can get around this. The most common one is people will put an apostrophe and then have their 3 zeros in there. And what that will do is effectively turn this number into text. And we can see that it's now text because it's aligned to the left-hand side of the cell. So just be aware of that when you're inputting numbers that start with 0. Now, so far when we've been editing and entering information into these cells, we've been working in the actual cells themselves. But it is worth noting that you can come up to the formula bar up here and you can make changes in here. So sometimes this is a bit easier because you've got quite a wide area and you can see exactly what you're typing. It's not going to run into any other columns. So I'm going to change this back to ORD-0001 and hit enter. So those are some of the basics of entering text, numbers and dates into cells in an Excel workbook. Custom lists are a great way to make data entry quick and simple. And Excel has quite a few different inbuilt custom lists ready for you to use. But of course, you can also build your own custom lists. Now, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, let me show you an example. So I'm currently working on the budget spreadsheet and I just have some column headings in here. Now, if I enter in a day, let's say Monday, and press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, notice that in the corner of the cell, I have this little green square. And this is what we call the Autofill handle. When we hover our mouse over it, notice that the cursor changes to a small black cross. That means we're in Autofill mode. So if I have a spreadsheet and I need to fill down the days of the week, instead of typing those all out, I can simply type in the first one, hover over the corner until I see that black cross, click and drag down, and check out what happens. It's going to fill in all of those days for me. That's a custom list that's inbuilt in Excel. This would also work the same if we were using the short version of the day. So if I type in MON and press Control Enter and do the same thing, hover my mouse over and drag down, it's going to fill those in just the same way. And this will just carry on looping around until you choose to stop filling. We have the same thing for month. So I can type in January or Jan, whichever I prefer, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can drag those months down. Makes data entry so quick. Now notice here, it doesn't quite work the same when it comes to years. If I enter in, let's say, I'm going to go for 2008, Control Enter. If I just drag down, it just repeats 2008 over and over again. And that is because years are not set up as a custom list in Excel. Now, of course, you could create your own custom list, which I'll talk more about in a moment, but there is an alternative method when it comes to autofill. So if we delete this out, let's just type 2008 again. What I can do is if I drag all the way down and let go, notice that I get this little tag pop up with some autofill options. So if I click this drop down, I can choose Fill Series, and that will fill in those dates. So don't forget about that little autofill handle. We will be using that quite a bit more in later lessons in this course. The same thing when it comes to numbers. If I enter in number 1 and then number 2, you'd think that would be fairly straightforward to drag this down. But it works in exactly the same way as the years. We would need to click the autofill option and choose Fill Series to get those to input correctly. So again, neither of these two are custom lists, but we can get around that by using autofill options. Now, just sticking with this topic of custom lists, let me show you where these live, and then I'll show you how you can generate your own. Now, if we jump up to the File menu, we're going to find our custom lists buried down in our Excel options. They're under the Advanced page. And if you're wondering what this whole Excel options area is all about, this is where we can come to kind of personalize our copy of Excel. So if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, notice we have something here called Edit Custom Lists. So this is going to open up and show you all of the custom lists that you have access to. So you can see the ones that are built in to Excel. It's these top 4 here: Sun, Mon, Tu, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Jan, Feb, Mar, January, February, March. The ones that you see underneath there are custom lists that I've created. So you can see here, I created a custom list that shows all of my work colleagues, because quite often I have to enter all of their names into a spreadsheet, and I just want to be able to do it by dragging that fill handle down. The first name in this list is Brian Gosling. So if I click on cancel just here, let's click on OK. If I needed to enter in staff members' names, I could type in Brian Gosling, and then because that's a custom list, I can simply use the same method by clicking the fill handle, dragging down, and it's going to fill in those names. So we can effectively create our own custom lists. So let's say I have a list of companies and I want to set these companies up as a custom list. Well, what we can do is go to File, Options, Advanced, scroll all the way down and go to Edit Custom Lists. And then we can choose to import from cells. So if we click down here, I can just select the cells in my worksheet, click on Import, and it's going to import those list entries. So now when I click on OK and OK again, I can delete these out of the spreadsheet. I can type in the first one, Gaggle, Control Enter, and I can use the Autofill handle to drag those down. So very easy to create your own custom lists. And the final thing to point out when we're in this custom lists area, we don't necessarily have to import lists from cells that we have in our worksheet. If we don't have the list that we want to use in cells in the worksheet, we can simply type the list entries up here. So if I just type a few names and click Add, I can then use that in the same way. Control Enter and drag to fill down. So that's the basics of custom lists. As I said, you do have 4 which are included in Excel out of the box. And then if you want to use a custom list for anything else, you can very easily create your own. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to create a new workbook based on the template monthly bank reconciliation. And I'd like you to save into the default custom templates folder and make sure that you understand the advantage of doing this. I'd then like you to create a new blank workbook and save it into a folder of your choice in OneDrive. And I'd just like you to name the workbook your initials -practice.xlsx. I'd then like you to open the file exercise03.xlsx from the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to apply some bold formatting to the heading row. And then using the students listed in column K, I'd like you to create a custom list. And I'd like you to use that custom list to fill down the student names in the table. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. Now, the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise was to create a document based on the template monthly bank reconciliation. So we're going to jump up to File, we're going to go into New, and we're going to search our templates. There it is just there. Let's double click to open this up and load it into Excel. I then asked you to save this template into the default custom templates folder. So we're going to jump up to File, we're going to go into Save As, and we're going to choose Browse. Now the first thing we need to do here is we need to change the Save As type drop down because we're saving this as an Excel template. And you'll see that the moment that we do that, it's going to jump us to the custom templates folder. I didn't ask you to rename this, so we're going to leave it as monthly bank reconciliation and simply click on save. I also asked you to make sure that you understood why it's advantageous saving it into this custom folder as opposed to a folder of your own choosing. Well, it just means that if we want to create a file based off of this template, we can go to File, New, and then underneath this Personal tab, we're going to be able to find our template. And you can see there it is just there, monthly bank reconciliation. The next thing I asked you to do was to create a new blank workbook and save it into a OneDrive folder of your choice. So we're going to go up to File, we're going to say blank workbook. You could have pressed Control N to do this. And we're going to save it into OneDrive. I'm going to put mine in my course files folder and I'm going to name it my initials dash practice. And click on Save. Next, I asked you to open up the file Exercise 03 from the Exercise Files folder and apply some bold formatting to the heading row of this table. So we're just going to select it and we're going to click on Bold. I then asked you to create a custom list of all of the students listed in column K. So for this, we need to jump up to File, go down into Options, and then into Advanced. And if we scroll all the way down towards the bottom, this is where we have our Edit Custom List button. We're going to import our list from cells. I'm going to select the cells that contain my list and click on Import and click on OK. I then asked you to use the custom list to fill the student names down in column B. So when we have a custom list, we simply need to type in the first one, and then we can literally just drag the autofill handle to fill those names down. And that is it. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. So now that we have the basics of Excel covered, it's time to move on to exploring formulas. Because formulas are the backbone of Excel. They allow us to perform different types of calculations. We can analyze data with formulas. We can tidy up data and so much more. And if you're new to formulas and functions in Excel, then don't worry, we're going to start from the beginning so you completely understand what you're doing. Now, there are over 450 functions in Excel. Notice I'm using the terminology functions. And you'll hear people use functions and formulas interchangeably. But what is the real difference between the two? Well, functions are what we use in a formula. And in Excel, we have a number of inbuilt functions ready for us to use. Now, you'll find all of the functions on the Formulas tab. In this group here, Function Library. Because all of the formulas are divided down into different categories. So we have some functions in here related to financial calculations. We have our logical formulas underneath here. You might have heard people speak about if, and, true, false, lambda, things like that. We have a text group for all of our text functions, a date and time group, lookup and reference. This is where we have things like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, match, offset. And then finally, we have a math and trig group. And then underneath more functions, we have more groups, but I would say that these ones underneath more, these are more niche to specific industries. You also have a recently used drop down just here, and this is going to show you the last 10 or so functions that you use, making them super easy to find again. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to use some of these functions to create a simple formula. But before we get on to that, it is important to understand some basic principles of working with formulas in Excel, because it's really important to understand the order of operations. And this lesson is probably going to take you all the way back to your maths lessons at school. Notice I have written out here in the spreadsheet BODMAS and PIDMAS. Now, the reason why I have both of these is because in different countries, different terminology is used. For example, in the UK, where I'm from, when I was growing up, we used the BODMAS rule, whereas I know in other countries you might see it written as PIDMAS or even PEDMAS. Basically the same thing, We just use different words for some of these items. For example, in the UK, we tend to say brackets, whereas in the US, they tend to say parenthesis. Now, for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to call it BODMAS, simply because that's what I'm more familiar with. And if you're not familiar with the BODMAS rule, let me show you how this works, because this carries through all Excel formulas. Now, it might be I have a series of numbers in a cell. So let's say I've got 6 and I've got 3. Now, if I wanted to add these two numbers up in Excel, that's a very simple calculation. Now, we need to tell Excel that we're doing a calculation. So we do that by typing equals into the cell. Now, I could type 6 plus 3 and hit enter. That's going to work and give me the correct result. Now, when we type numbers directly into the formula, we call this hard coding. We're hard coding these numbers in, and it means that if either of these numbers up here change, so maybe this one goes to 5 and this one goes to 2, the formula down here isn't going to update because we've hard coded the numbers into the formula. So in general, the way that we work with calculations in Excel is that we use the cell reference as opposed to the actual number. So instead of typing in those numbers, I would do equals G5 plus G6 and hit enter. Because now if I were to change these numbers, you can see that the formula updates because it's referencing the cell that the number is in. So the number one rule of creating formulas is to always make sure that wherever possible, and it's not possible in all scenarios, you use the cell reference as opposed to hard coding the number. So that's all good, but where does this BODMAS rule come in? Well, let's say we were doing a calculation that was a little bit more complicated. So let's say I wanted to do 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So the answer in my head that I'm looking for here is 6. 10 plus 2, which gives us 12, and then divide by 2, which gives us 6. So let's see how Excel calculates this formula. Let's hit enter. We get 11. Why are we getting 11? Well, if we take a look at this, what Excel is doing is 2 divided by 2, which gives us 1, and then it's adding the 10. Now, the reason why it's calculating that way is all down to this BODMAS rule, because this is the order that Excel will perform calculations in. So it will calculate everything that is contained within brackets or parentheses first. It will then do any orders or indices, so things like square roots, then division, then multiplication, and then finally addition and subtraction. So because division comes before addition in the BODMAS rule, it's going to do the part of the formula where we have that divide symbol. So it's going to do 2 divided by 2, and then it's going to add the 10. So in this case, it's not the answer I was hoping for. This formula is wrong. So how could we change this according to BODMAS to make this calculation correct? Well, what we could do is we could add brackets and let Excel know which part of that formula we want it to calculate first. So I could type it like this instead. We can say equals, let's open a bracket. I want it to do 10 plus 2. First of all, we can close the bracket, and then I want it to divide by 2. So according to BODMAS, it's going to do what's in brackets first, and then it's going to do the division, and that then gives us the correct answer. So this is the basic principle that runs through all Excel formulas. And it's really important to get your head around this before you move on to starting to use Excel functions and building out your own formulas. And another thing to note when you're working with formulas in Excel is that if you want to do an addition, we use a plus, a minus is a dash, a multiplication is the asterisk symbol, and division is a forward slash. So the order of operations, a really important point to get your head around before you move on to more complex calculations. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can construct a very simple formula in Excel. And as we mentioned in the last lesson, we can find all of the functions that we use in formulas on the Formulas tab. So we're going to use one of the inbuilt functions to simply calculate the revenue and profit in this spreadsheet. So I'm going to start out with the revenue. Let's click down in the total column, cell C26. Now, we mentioned in the last lesson that in order to add numbers together, we preferably select the cell reference as opposed to hard coding the numbers in. And if you have a longer list of numbers like this, and this is a pretty small data set if I'm honest with you, typing in all these numbers manually would take forever. Even using the cell references would take forever. If I wanted to add up all of this revenue by using the cell reference, I would need to type equals, then select the first one, plus, then select the second one, so on and so forth. Now, that is extremely slow. Imagine how slow it would be if you had 20,000 or 30,000 rows of data. Fortunately, there is a much better way to do this. If you want to just add up a single column, we can use the sum function. Now, the sum function is probably the most commonly used function in Excel. It simply adds up a list of numbers. Now, if you're looking for the sum function, you're probably going to find it underneath your recently used. As I said, we use it so often, it's normally in here. You can see there it is for me. But the sum function is actually a math and trig function. So if we scroll down, we'll find it in this list as well. Now, what if you're looking for a function and it's not in your recent and you don't know which group it's going to be in? Well, we can actually search through the function library for what we're looking for. So notice the first button that we have on the formulas bar is Insert Function. This has a keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. If we click to open, it's going to produce this little dialog box where we can type in a brief description of what we want to do, and it's going to present us with a list of formulas that match. So I'm going to type in sum a range of numbers, click on go, and you can see it's returned a few different functions here, but the top one is sum. So once you find the function that you're looking for, if you double click, it's going to open up the function arguments box. So this is great if you're new to working with formulas because it sort of gives you a guide as to what needs to go in where. So with this sum formula, we need to provide the numbers to add together. So what I would do in here is simply select everything in this column. Now notice what it's put in there, C6 to C25. Now this is what we refer to as a cell range. We're going from one cell to another cell. And those two dots in the middle basically mean 2. C6 to C25. And that's all we need. We can click on OK, and you can see it's given us the total in cell C26. Now cast your eyes up to the formula bar. Check out what we have in there. It says equals sum, then we have a bracket, C6 to C25, close bracket. Now, instead of actually opening up the insert function dialog box and doing it this way, you could simply type the formula into the cell. And for a lot of people, this is their preferred method. It's definitely my preferred method as well. So let's delete out that total and take a look at typing formulas directly into cells. So if we're going to do this calculation again, we're going to say equals, and we're going to say sum. Now check out what happens as soon as you start to type in the formula. It pulls up a list underneath, and we call this IntelliSense, of all of the formulas that match what you've just typed. And we can use our arrow keys to scroll through them, and as we do, we're getting a little screen tip pop up, which gives us a bit of an explanation as to what this function is going to do. So we want to use sum. It adds all numbers in a range of cells. Now the next thing that we need to put in, and this is usually the case after you enter in a function, is we need to open a bracket. Now you can type the bracket, or alternatively, if we press the tab key, it's going to put the bracket in for us. Now check out what happens, and you'll see this no matter what formula you're using. Underneath you're going to get this little screen tip pop up, which kind of gives you a guide as to what needs to come next in the formula. So you can see here it's basically saying number 1, number 2, and it will carry on number 3, number 4. We need to enter the numbers that we want to sum. Now where we have number 1 and number 2, we call these arguments. That's the terminology when you're working with formulas. So our first argument here is this formula requires a number to add. Now it has number 1, number 2 there because we could go like this, select one number, press comma, and then you see it moves across to number 2. We could add another number, press comma, number 3, press comma. We could do it that way, but we can also utilize cell ranges. So instead of typing those in individually, I can just select the entire column. It's going to put in C6 to C25, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our total. Let's do the same for the profit. We can do equals sum, press tab to put in that bracket, and then we can select the profit range of cells. Now we can also use keyboard shortcuts to make our selection, so instead of dragging your mouse all the way down to select the range, you can click in the first one and press Ctrl, Shift, down arrow. That will select everything, close the bracket, hit enter, and we have our total. So a couple of points to remember there if you're brand new to formulas. Remember, you can go to the Formulas tab, you can use the Insert function dialog box if you find that easier, or you can type directly into a cell and you have the formula arguments there to guide you in the right direction. So that's the basics of a simple formula. In the next lesson, we're going to start to take a look at 6 of the most popular formulas that you'll use when you're working in worksheets. So now we understand the basic principles behind Excel formulas, it's time to take a look at the 6 most popular. And in general, these are the 6 functions that people tend to learn first when they're learning Excel, but they're also some of the most useful. You'll find yourself using these formulas on a daily basis. So it's a good idea to understand exactly what they do right off the bat. And fortunately, these are very simple formulas. So I'm working with the same data set that we were working with in the previous lesson. We just have a list of company names, and these are completely made up company names. We have their revenue, and then we have a column containing the profit. And what I've got in column F are the 6 formulas that we're going to be taking a look at. Now, the first one, sum, we took a brief look at this in the previous lesson, so we should be reasonably familiar with how this one works. Sum just simply adds up a range of numbers. So if we type equals into the cell to let Excel know that we want to type a formula, we can then type in sum, press tab to select it from the list and put in that first bracket, and then we can select whatever it is that we want to add up. Now in these examples, we're going to add up the revenue. So I'm going to click in the first cell, Control Shift down arrow to make my selection, close the bracket, hit enter, and oops, what do I have here? Well, if you ever see these hash symbols in a column, it simply means that the column is not wide enough to display all of the numbers. So all we need to do is widen out this column. Now notice if I hover my mouse between columns G and H, I get a little double-headed arrow cursor. So I can either click and manually drag back and forth, or alternatively, if I double click, it will auto expand that column to the width of the value that's in the cell. And now we can see the sum. Now the next most common function is count. So what exactly does count do? Well, count will allow you to count the number of items in a selected cell range. So for example, if I wanted to know how many companies I have in this list, I could use count. But there is a caveat to this. When you use count, it will only count the number of items in a column that contains numeric data. So if I type in equals count, again, press the tab key to select it from the list. If I decide that I want to count the number of companies, and then I go in and I select this range just here and close the bracket and hit enter, it's going to tell me that there's 0. And that is because the column that I've used contains text as opposed to numbers. Now we can do this, we just simply need to count one of the other columns. So I'm going to select this column instead, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's telling me that I have effectively 20 items in this list, and 20 items in this case would relate to 20 companies. So just remember, count only counts numeric data. If we did want to perform the same calculation on a text column, that is where we use count A, because count A stands for count all, and it will count everything no matter if there are numbers or text in the cell. So if we use count A for this one, tab to select, I could then count the number of companies. Close the bracket, hit enter, and of course I get 20. So just remember that distinct difference between these two. Average, well, that works pretty much in the same way. So maybe I want to find out what our average profit was across all of these companies. I can type in equals average, select the profit column, close the bracket, and hit enter. And I can see that the average profit was 26,386. Now, the next one is min. And what min will do is it will produce the lowest value in a range of cells. So if I want to find out what the lowest profit is in here, I could use min. So we can type in equals min, press the tab key, select the profit column. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcuts this time, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that 9,535 is the lowest amount of profit. So Synotech Solutions had the least profit. And if I want to do the opposite of that and find out which company had the most profit, I could use max. Again, it's the same deal, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit enter. 44,142 is the highest profit, and that is this one just here, Quantum Ware Technologies. So these are the 6 most basic formulas that you can find in Excel. Now, the final thing that I want to mention in here is that for these big 6 functions, we also have access to this information in the status bar. So what do I mean by that? If I select the entire profit column, cast your eyes down to the status bar right at the bottom. Notice what we have in there. We have all of the answers that we have in the spreadsheet. And if you're wondering why the sum value is different in the status bar to what we have in the spreadsheet, it's because for the first one, I summed the revenue as opposed to the profit, and we currently have the profit column highlighted. So these are brilliant because it means that I don't actually have to do the calculation in order to see those totals. So you can imagine if I'm sitting at my desk and my manager comes over and says, what's the total of all of the revenue? I don't have to sit there messing around with formulas. I can simply go Control Shift down arrow and I can tell him the total simply by looking down in the status bar. Now, if you highlight a range of cells and you can't see any of these, right click on the status bar and make sure that you have a tick next to average, count, numerical count, minimum, maximum, and sum. Once these are ticked, you'll be able to see those values in the status bar. So that's a very quick rundown of the 6 most basic formulas that you'll use in Excel. Another really important thing to understand when you're working in Excel is the concept of absolute versus relative referencing. So what exactly does that mean? Well, let's start out by talking about relative referencing. And we're going to start there because relative referencing is the default when you're working with Excel formulas. So if we take a look at this data set that we have in the worksheet, you can see that I have some order numbers, some customers, order date, the product that they've ordered. Then we have the quantity, so the number of items that they've ordered, and then the price. And we have 2 columns, columns H and I at the end here, which don't have anything in them. We need to complete those. So the first one that we need to complete is we need to work out or calculate what the total is going to be for each customer. So this is a reasonably straightforward calculation in Excel. We just want to multiply the quantity by the price to get the total. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this. We can type in equals and then we can simply use the cell references. We don't actually have to type in sum in order to get this to work. And another thing to remember is that you don't necessarily have to use your mouse to click on these cells. We can use the arrow keys on our keyboard. So if I want to select the quantity cell, I can use the left arrow, press it twice to go to cell F5. I then want to multiply it, so we're going to put in an asterisk there, by cell G5. So again, if I press the left arrow on my keyboard, I can select cell G5. Now that's all we need to do. Hit enter and we get our answer. Incidentally, if you do use sum, it will still work. So if we type in equals sum, we can do exactly the same thing. We can select cell F5, multiply it by G5, close the bracket and hit enter, and it's still going to work. So for very basic calculations where you're just multiplying or adding one number to another, you don't necessarily have to have sum at the start there. You can just use the cell references. Now, one of the cool things about formulas is that once you've typed the formula once into a cell, You don't then have to go to the cell underneath and type the same formula. You can simply copy this formula all the way down the column. And we do that by using the Autofill handle. So if you take a look at this cell just here, notice the little green square in the bottom right hand corner. If we hover our mouse over it, we get that little small black cross. And we actually saw this in a previous lesson. Now what I can do is I can either click and drag the formula down, or alternatively I can simply double click and it's going to copy the formula down. So now you can see all of these calculations are correct. Now the important thing to note here is that this is utilizing relative referencing. So what do we mean by that? Now I've copied this formula down, which means that Excel has had to make an adjustment to the formula each time it moves down a row. For example, if we double click on this one just here and take a look at the formula, you can see that it's multiplying F12 by G12, and that is absolutely correct. You can see the cells there highlighted in blue and red. So every time we drag this formula down one, Excel modifies the cell reference and moves those down one as well. And that is what we call relative referencing. Now, in a lot of situations, relative referencing is going to be what you need, but sometimes we don't want to use relative referencing. We need to use something called absolute referencing. And that is kind of the opposite. When we utilize absolute referencing, it means we're locking the formula to a specific cell. So when we copy down, it doesn't actually move down. So a scenario where we might have absolute referencing would be if we wanted to work out the sales tax for these totals. So let's say that we have our totals here in column H, but we want to work out what the total is going to be when we add on 20% sales tax. And we have the sales tax value in cell I1. So the formula to work this out would be equals, I am going to do a sum here, let's press the tab key, and we want to do the total multiplied by the sales tax. Now if I was just to leave it at that and hit enter, it's going to give me the tax amount. But what I want is basically the total plus the tax. So if we double click to edit the formula, I need to add on to the end here plus the total again. So we're utilizing brackets based on the BODMAS rule. I wanted to calculate H5 multiplied by I1 first of all, so it's going to work out the tax amount, and then I want to add it to the total. So when I hit enter, I get the correct result. Now if I was just to drag this formula down in the same way, I'm going to double click, check out what happens. It all goes a little bit crazy, and we've got lots of value errors in here, and these formulas are just incorrect. And that is because if we choose one of these down here as an example, check out what's happening here. It's calculating cell H15, the total, which is correct. But when it comes to the sales tax, it's using I11. And that's because by default, we use relative referencing. And when we drag the formula down, it's going to move the cell references down. Now, in this instance, we always want this formula to refer to cell I1. And that is what we call absolute referencing. So let's do this again. I'm going to delete out everything. Let's do our formula one more time. I'm going to type in equals sum. We're going to do the total multiplied by the sales tax, but we need to lock this cell in place so it doesn't move when we copy the formula. Now, the way that we do that is to put a dollar symbol in front of the row and the column. Now, a quick way to add in dollar symbols is to simply press the F4 key on your keyboard. That basically says lock the column, lock the row. So now I can close the bracket. We can do plus the total. I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And this time when I copy the formula down, the formula is going to be correct. If we double click to take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down, you can see it's now referring to the correct cells. So H14 we haven't locked because we're fine for it to move those cell references down as we drag the formula down. It's only I1 that we need to lock in place. So that is the difference between relative and absolute cell referencing. There is also a third option, which is called mixed referencing, and that's where we either lock the row or the column. That's a little bit more advanced, so we'll be taking a look at that a little bit later on. But for now, this is one of the fundamental concepts in Excel that you need to be comfortable with, so it's definitely worth having a practice. In previous lessons in this section of the course, we've spoken quite a bit about the sum function in Excel. And there is good reason for that. The sum function is by far the most common function that you'll most likely use on a daily basis. Now, due to this, Microsoft have a little feature that makes it even easier for us to execute the sum function quickly, and that is called Autosum. So if you take a look at the spreadsheet just here, you can see that I have 4 small tables of data. And these simply represent Q1 to Q4 sales for 3 companies, Gaggle, Gramazon, and Oracle. Now, maybe what I need to do here is I need to add up the totals for both the column and also the row. So we want to see the totals for the company for that particular quarter, but we also want to see the totals for January for each company. So we need to basically do a sum calculation in these cells just here and also these cells just here. Now what we could do is we could click in the first cell and we could say equals, and then we could do sum, select this cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we could copy that down, and then we could do exactly the same thing over here. We could say equals sum, we could select the numbers that we want, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we could pull the autofill handle to copy that across. Now we could do that for each of these tables, but that is pretty slow, particularly if we have a lot more tables than we have here. So let's get rid of this and take a look at a much quicker method. Now, if you notice, if we go up to the formulas bar, we have an auto sum button just here. And when we click the drop down, notice that not only can we utilize auto sum for performing the sum calculation, we can also use it for average, count, max, and min. But the difference here is that with sum, we also have a really useful keyboard shortcut, and you can see that in the screen tip just there, Alt plus equals. This will automatically add up all of the selected cells. So what we could do here is I could select everything, including the blank cells, press Alt equals, and it's going to perform all of those calculations. How cool is that? I could even do it on multiple tables at the same time. I could simply make my selection, hold down the Control key, make my second selection, keep the Control key held down, make my third selection, then press Alt equals, and it's going to perform all of those calculations. How quick was that? This is such a time-saving utility. Now, it's not quite as quick if you want to utilize it to do average, count, max, and min, because we don't have that helpful keyboard shortcut. So if I was, let's delete these out. If I wanted to do the average instead, I could select all of the cells, go to Autosum, select average, and it's going to perform that calculation. So it's still a lot quicker than typing in the formula. We just don't have that uber quick keyboard shortcut. Now I'm going to undo that because I actually want the sum in here instead. So don't forget about that Autosum button and also the keyboard shortcut. Now I want to finish off just by showing you a quick instance where Autosum doesn't quite work as expected. Now, Autosum is built to add up numbers that are either above, below, or to the side of it. So if we delete out all of these totals again, and maybe instead of January, February, March, I had in here 2021, 2022, and 2023. So maybe we have years in there instead. Now, Excel doesn't know the difference between a year and a number that we want to add up. So when we select our cell range just here and press Alt equals, it performs the calculation. It doesn't include the years in the calculation, but it's showing this little green triangle in the corner of these cells. So what exactly is that green triangle? Well, when you see a green triangle, it basically means that there's some kind of warning or error on the cell. And you'll always have this little warning triangle next to it. If I click the drop down, it's telling me formula admits adjacent cells. Now it's giving me this little warning because it's recognized that there are numbers above my selection. And those numbers in this case happen to be the dates that I added, the years. So basically Excel is recognizing that I have numbers next to my selection that I haven't included in the formula. It doesn't realize that these are years and I don't want to include them, so it's giving me this little warning telling me that the formula omits adjacent cells. Now in this case, that doesn't matter. I don't want to include these years in these formulas. So I can simply select the cells which have an error, click the yellow triangle and choose Ignore Error. So if you see that little green triangle in the corner when you're working with your formulas, just remember that that is always some kind of warning that you should investigate further. Being able to input data quickly into a spreadsheet is going to be one of the most useful things you can learn when working in Excel. And in Excel, we have a couple of different features that are really going to quicken up this process. So we're going to explore both of those in this lesson. And we're going to start out by talking about autofill, or fill down as it's most commonly known. Now, we've already seen in earlier lessons that Excel contains inbuilt custom lists to help you input common data quickly. If we just refresh ourselves on that, you can see here in cell A3, I have the column heading months. If I wanted to fill down the months of the year, I can either type in Jan or the longer January and simply use the little fill handle in the bottom corner, that's this little green square that you can see, drag down, and you can see it's automatically going to fill those months in for me because this is a built-in custom list in Excel. The same applies to days, so I can either type in Mon or Monday. I'm going to press Ctrl Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can use my autofill handle to fill down the days of the week. Now, those are the only two inbuilt lists that you have in Excel. If you want to utilize this method for other things, such as dates or maybe sequences of numbers, then you need to get familiar with the fill down option. Now, let's add another column of data, and we're going to call this one dates. And I'm going to type in, let's just go for the 1st of the 1st, 2023. Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now, if I just want to have a sequential list of dates, then I can simply grab the autofill handle and I can drag it down. And you can see by default, it just puts these in sequential order. So we have January the 1st, January the 2nd, January the 3rd, so on and so forth. But we do have some other options. Let's Control Z and drag down again, because notice off to the right we have a little autofill tag. So when we click on this, it's going to show us more autofill options. So I now get a menu where I can choose exactly what I'm interested in filling. So currently I just have sequential dates, but maybe I'm only interested in showing dates that are weekdays. So effectively, I want my list of dates to exclude the weekends. So if I go down to the Fill Weekdays option, watch the data very closely. Did you see that some of those numbers changed because we're now excluding weekends? So I know that the 1st of January is actually a Sunday. So then we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then it skips over Saturday and Sunday, and then we start back again on Monday the 9th. Let's Control Z to undo. Now, what if I had a background fill color applied to this cell? So let's just select turquoise accent 4. When I now drag down and click on my autofill options, I can choose if I want to fill formatting only or fill without formatting. So if I choose fill formatting only, you can see what that does. It carries across the formatting, but not the value. If I select this again and choose fill without formatting, it's going to do the opposite. So it's going to fill sequential dates down, but it's not going to carry across that formatting. So we have a couple of different options in there. That autofill menu can be really useful. Now, what about if we need to fill down numbers in our spreadsheet? Well, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. And if we just have a few numbers to fill out, that might be okay. But what about if I want to fill down numbers for 1,000 rows or 10,000 rows? That's going to be really tedious. Now, the other way we could do this is we could type in the first two numbers, select both of these and use the autofill handle to drag down. But if I've got 10,000 rows to fill in, I'm going to be dragging down and down and down for a long time. So let's take a look at a better way of doing this. Control Z to undo. What we can do instead is we can type in number 1. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And let's say that I want to fill down a number for every day of the year, so down to 365. What we can do is make sure we have the first cell selected, go to the Home tab, and in the editing group we have a Fill Down button, and we want to select Series. And this is going to open up the Fill Series dialog box. So the first thing we need to specify here is if we're filling across the row or down the column. So we're filling down the column. We then get to choose our type. Now, if it's just numbers that we're filling down, we just want to make sure we have linear selected in here. We can then determine the step value. So by how many numbers do we want it to go up each time? Now, if we're just doing a sequential list, 1, 2, 3, 4, the step value is just 1. And then we can add in the stop value. So for me, that's going to be 365, but you could have 10,000, 100,000, 200,000 in here. And then when we click on OK, you can see it automatically inputs all of those numbers so quickly. So we've saved ourselves a lot of hard work. Now, it's also worth noting, if we type 1 in again into this cell, if we wanted to fill these across, so running horizontally, again, if we go to fill down and go into series, this is where we would choose the rows option just here. Again, we're going to do linear, and I'm just going to do 5, click on OK, and it's going to fill those numbers across. So don't forget about those little fill down options that you have in here. So now that we understand how to use autofill, let's move on to probably one of my favorite things in Excel, and that is flash fill. Now, flash fill is often referred to as the superhero utility in Excel because it is so useful and so time-saving in many different situations. And I just have 3 very small data sets just to demonstrate this to you. Now, notice here in the first little table, we have a list of first names and a list of last names. Now, maybe my boss has asked me to combine the first name and the last name into one column just to save a bit of space in the spreadsheet. So I basically want a full name column here where we have the full name combined into one column. Now, doing this manually, particularly if you have a lot of names to fill in, is going to be time consuming. So we can use flash fill to help us out with this. Now, the way that flash fill works is it recognizes patterns. So we need to provide the first pattern that we're looking for. And that basically means just typing out the first record as we want it to look. So I'm going to type in Brian Gosling. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And then there are a few different ways that we can invoke flash fill. By far the easiest is simply to use the keyboard shortcut Control E, and check it out. It recognizes the pattern and it applies it to every record in our dataset. How quick was that? We can then, if we wanted to, delete out columns B and C, and we have everything combined into column D. Let's do it again, but in a slightly different way. In this second table here, I have a list of products and if they are in stock or out of stock. And you'll see this quite often. You might be sent a data set where numerous different pieces of information have been combined into one cell. And in an ideal world, we always want to make sure we just have one piece of data in a column. So I want to break this up so that we have the products listed in this column just here and whether they're in stock, out of stock or pending in this column just here. So we effectively need to split this data up. Now again, we can use flash fill to do this. So we're going to give it our pattern. So the first product here is alarm clock. And is that in stock? Yes, it is. We're going to type in stock. And then we can use flash fill. Now I could simply press Control E on both of these columns, or alternatively, I could go up to the Data tab, and in the Data Tools group, here is the Flash Fill button. If I click this, it's going to copy it down. I can click in the next column, click Flash Fill again, and it's going to copy that information down. How simple is that? Now, there is a third way that we can do this. So in the final table at the bottom here, you can see I have some SKUs. And this SKU is made up of a catalogue number at the beginning. We then have a country code, and then we have a part number. And I want to separate out the country code and the part number from this SKU. So once again, I could type in the first one, so GBR in this case. And another way of invoking Flash Fill is to simply click in the cell below and just start to type the second one. As soon as we do that, Excel recognizes the pattern, and can you see it's ghosted the rest of those down? So if that is correct, I can simply hit enter and it's going to Flash Fill down. So simple. And then finally, the part number, we're going to type in 222, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And this time I'm just going to use Control E to copy those down. Now, Flash Fill is brilliant. It does have a couple of drawbacks. One of them being that you can't have any blank columns in the middle of your data. So if I show you what I mean here, I'm just going to delete out this information up here and we'll add in a blank column, Control Shift Plus to put that in. Now, if I have this blank column in here and I try to do a Flash Fill, so let's type in alarm clock, Control Enter, Control E, it's not going to work because it needs to have the data right next to it. If I delete out this column and then try and do Control E, it's back to working. So just be aware of that. There are some disadvantages when it comes to Flash Fill, where you might need to consider other methods, such as text to columns, or maybe using a formula to split up your data. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the exercise file, exercise4.xlsx. Now, this exercise has two parts. And in part 1, I'd like you to use Excel formulas to answer the questions listed in column I. And in part 2, I'd like you to calculate the new term fee for each student. So open up the exercise, all of the instructions are in there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So you can see in part 1, we're practicing basic formulas. And we have a table below that shows some students and the mark or the score that they achieved in 4 different tests. And I asked you to answer the questions that we have listed in column I. So the first question here, what is Pradeep's total score out of 400? Because they have a maximum of 100 points available for each test. So this is a very basic sum calculation. We can type in equals, sum, press the tab key, and then we want to make sure that we select all of Pradeep's scores. Close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see he scored 347 out of a possible 400. Well done, Pradeep. The next question, what is Adele's total score for test 2 and test 4? So again, we're going to do a sum calculation, but our selection needs to be a little bit different because test 2 and test 4 are not next to each other. So our first number, let's just find Adele. There she is. We're going to select test 2, and you could have put a plus symbol in here, or you can simply do a comma and select test 4. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see the answer is 134 points. The next question is how many students sat a test? So we simply want to count the number of students in this list. So I'm going to use count A because I want to count the text. Remember, when you use count, it's only going to count numeric values. So I'm going to make my selection of all of the students, close the bracket, hit enter, and we have 14 students in the list. The next question, what was Cressida's average score? So for this, we're going to use the average function. And all we want to do is find Cressida, there she is right at the bottom, select all of her scores, close the bracket, and we can see that she's got an average score of 81.25. The next question to answer is, what was the overall minimum score for test 3? So for this, we want to use the min function. And we're just going to select all of the scores in test 3, close the bracket, hit enter, and 45 was the minimum score for this test. And then finally, what was Olivia's maximum score? So for this one, we're going to use Max. Let's find Olivia. There she is. And we're going to select all of her scores, close the bracket, hit enter. Her maximum score across all of the tests was 77. So that part of the exercise got you to have a good practice of some of those basic formulas. Now, part 2 of this exercise is where we practice absolute referencing. And again, we have a list of student names. We have the amount they pay for their term at university. And over in cell G24, we have a fee increase next year of 5.2%. So I asked you to calculate what next year's term fee is going to be with this increase. So for this, we need to do a sum calculation, and we're going to do the term fee multiplied by the fee increase, the percentage. Now, because we want to drag this formula down, we need to lock this cell in place because we don't want it to move. Remember, that's the difference between absolute and relative referencing. So I'm going to press F4 to lock those cells in place, close the bracket, and then I'm going to add on top of this the term fee. Let's hit enter, widen out that column, and then we can double click to copy down. And now we have the new term fee for each of those students. So that is it. That is what was required for exercise 4. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to start to take a look at named ranges, because again, these are something that you'll come across frequently when you're working in Excel. So what exactly is a named range? Well, if I'm honest, it's pretty much what it says on the tin. It's a name that we give to a range of cells. So as we've already established, when we click in a cell, that cell effectively has a cell reference, I6. And we can also select ranges of cells. So I can click my mouse and drag. This is effectively a range H5 to H13. And if I was to go to my table of data and select everything in the revenue column, again, this is a range of cells, but this time the range is C5 to C24. Now, instead of referring to these cells by their cell references, we could give them a user-friendly name instead. So instead of this range being effectively called C5 to C24, I could simply name this range Revenue. Similarly, I could name this range of cells here Profit instead of D5 to D24. And that is effectively what a named range is. So what is the advantage of using named ranges? Well, we're going to get into that in more detail in the third lesson of this section when we take a look at formulas and named ranges, but in general, they make your spreadsheets a lot easier for not only yourself, but other people to interpret and understand. Now, in the next lesson, I'm going to show you all of the different methods you can use to create named ranges, because there are quite a few of them. But once you do create a named range, you can access that name range in a couple of different ways. You can access it by typing the name into the cell, or alternatively, we can access them via the name box. If you recall in an earlier lesson, next to the formula bar, just to the left here, we have a little name box. If we click the drop down, this is going to show you any named ranges that you have set up in your workbook. And you can see that I have one in here called blank cells. Now, if I click on this, it's going to show you the range of cells that refers to. And you can see it is just a bunch of blank cells, K5 to K11. So you can also use named ranges to effectively navigate around your workbook, because it will jump you directly to wherever that cell range is. Now, let's say I added some numbers into this blank cells cell range. So I'm just going to add numbers 1 to 7. So now that this cell range is populated, I could use the named range in a calculation. So if I wanted to do a sum, I could say equals sum, and then I could just start to type the named range. You can see there it is in the list, blank underscore cells. I can press the tab key to select it, close the bracket, and it's effectively going to add up all of those numbers. Now, I'm not going to linger too long on this because we are going to do a lot more on formulas and named ranges a bit later on, but that's the general concept. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the different methods you have to create named ranges. In the previous lesson, we started discussing named ranges, and I briefly showed you what a named range is. So now it's time to create some named ranges in our worksheet, and then in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to use them in formulas. So we're working with our profits for Q1 table over here, and you can see that this table is made up of 3 columns. We have company, revenue, and profit. Now maybe I want to name this range of cells company, this range of cells revenue, and this range of cells profit. So let's take a look at the different methods. Now probably the simplest method is to simply use the name box. What I could do here is select this range of cells, go up to the name box and click in it, and then just type what I want to call this range of cells. So I'm going to call this company. Now it's worth noting that when you are naming ranges, you can't have any spaces in the name. So if I wanted to call this company name, I would either need to separate the 2 words with an underscore, or I would need to make them all one word like that. Now I'm not going to have company name, I'm just going to have company, but we must also remember to hit enter to get that name to set. And then when we click the drop down, we can see that there is the named range. If I'm clicked elsewhere on the worksheet and I quickly want to jump back to this range of cells, I can click the drop down and select company, and it's going to move me to that area. So named ranges are really good for navigation as well. So that's the first method to create a named range. We can simply use the name box. Now the next way that we can do this is we can select the range that we want to name, go up to the Formulas tab, and notice we have a defined names group in the middle. So what I can do here is click on Define Name, and if you cast your eyes down to the bottom where it says Refers to, it's picked up the cell range that I've selected. So now all I need to do is give this a name, but again it's picked up that I have the word revenue above and I might want to use that. So in this case that is true. If it wasn't, I could simply overtype with a new name. Let's click on OK and check the name box to make sure it's there, which it is. Now in both of those examples, I've just selected the actual data. I haven't selected the header when I've been naming my ranges. Now the third method includes the header. So we need to select the header and all of the data. We can go up to the Formulas tab and we can choose Create from Selection. Because what this will do is it will recognize that we have a header, and it's going to say, do you want us to create the name for this range based on the information in the top row? So if I want to name this range profit and I have profit in the top row, I can simply click on OK, and it's going to create that named range called profit. Now there is another way that we can do this, and this time we're going to select the entire data set just here, and we're going to go to the Name Manager button. Now the Name Manager serves as a few different purposes. We can come in here to take a look at all of the named ranges we've set up, or we can create a new range from here by clicking the New button. So I'm going to call this all underscore data and click on OK. Now whilst we're in here, it's worth noting that this is where we come if we want to make any changes to our named ranges. So if I want to change the cell range that these refer to, I can click on the named range, click the edit button, and then I could change the cell range that this is pointing to. I can also delete named ranges from here as well. So if I don't need them anymore, I have a delete button. So now I have 4 new named ranges in this drop-down list. And as I mentioned, we can use them for quick and easy navigation, but the best way to use these is when you're working with formulas. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, I showed you some different methods for creating named ranges in your worksheets. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how simple it is to use them in formulas. Now we can see the named ranges that we've created by clicking the drop-down arrow in the name box, and you can see we have all data, company, profit, and revenue. Blank cells is one that we created in a previous lesson that isn't really relevant for this particular lesson. So we're just going to focus on these 4. Now, once you've created your named ranges, you can use those as opposed to cell references when you're putting together a formula. For example, if I wanted to sum the revenue column just here, instead of typing in equals sum and selecting this range of cells, I could simply use the name. Now, there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. If you know the name of the range, you can simply start to type it. So I've typed in rev, and you can see underneath it's recognized the named range revenue. I can simply press the tab key to select it, and you'll see that it will highlight the corresponding range in the table of data. I can then simply close my bracket, hit enter, and it's going to perform that calculation. Similarly, if I wanted to count the number of items in the profit column, remember with count we can only count numerical values, I could type in equals count. Now I could start to type in profit, there is the named range, but what about if I can't remember what the name of the range is? Well, another method that we can use is to simply press F3. What that will do is bring up the full list of named ranges in your workbook. So you can then take a look through these and select the one that you want. So for me, that's going to be profit, close the bracket, hit enter, and I now get my count. Let's do one more. Let's type in count A. This time I am going to count the companies. So I can use company, press the tab key, close the bracket, hit enter. So hopefully you get the idea as to how these work. Now, if we just look back at these formulas that we've created here, another advantage of using named ranges is that they're a lot easier for people to understand. If I was to send this spreadsheet to my colleague down the corridor and it just had sum and then some cell references, it's not immediately obvious what those cell references refer to. They'll have to look in the worksheet and marry up the cell references with what they're seeing. Whereas if we just have sum revenue, it's fairly obvious that we're summing the revenue column. So it really does add to the readability of your worksheets. And of course, we can use more than one named range in a formula. So let's say I wanted to add up the revenue and the profit columns. I could type in equals sum, and I could say revenue. Let's select it, comma, and then I could choose profit. Close the bracket. And remember, if we want to check if this number is correct, we can simply select both of these columns and glance down in that status bar at the sum total. So named ranges, super useful not only when it comes to navigating around your worksheets, but also for putting together readable formulas. It's time now to do exercise 5, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the exercise file exercise05.xlsx. I'd like you to create named ranges for each of the columns in the table, and I'd like you to name the ranges according to the column headers. I'd then like you to use those named ranges in formulas to answer the questions in column I. See how you get on with that? If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create named ranges for all of the columns in this table. Now, there are numerous different methods that you could have used, but I'm going to do it the quickest way, which is to select all of the columns like this, jump up to formulas and choose create from selection. So I'm going to say use the top row as the name for the named ranges and click on OK. Now I'm just going to check to make sure those have worked by clicking the drop down in the name box, and you can see we have amount, customer, date, description, and invoice number. So now I can use these named ranges in these calculations in column J. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to calculate the total invoice amount. So we basically want to sum the amount column. So we're going to type in equals sum, open the bracket, but this time we're going to use the named range. So if I start to type in the named range, which is called amount, there it is. I can select it, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our total. And I'm just very quickly going to apply some dollar formatting so that it's the same format as the table. So next we need to find out the total number of invoices. So for this, I'm going to use count A, and we could use any column just here. So I'm just going to pick a column. Let's pick the description column. Now I'm going to use the named range again, but this time I'm going to press the F3 key in my keyboard and I'm going to select it from here. So let's choose description. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we have 22 invoices in the list. And that's how we solved this exercise. I'll see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to take a look at how we can format our worksheets and make them more readable. And we're going to start out in this lesson by taking a look at something really important, and that is number formatting. And we've briefly touched on this in previous lessons, but now it's time to really do a deep dive so you can understand how some of the most important number formats work. Now, the first thing you need to remember about number formats is that they are simply a mask. Number formats don't change the underlying number, they just apply formatting on top of the cell. For example, if I click in any cell that contains a number, so I'm going to go for B6, if you take a look in the formula bar up here, you can see that it says 2000. It's reflecting exactly what's in the cell that I'm clicked in. And you'll see in a moment when we apply formats to these numbers, even if the number looks different in a cell, maybe it has a currency symbol in front of it, when we click on the cell and take a look in the formula bar, the number is always going to be 2000 no matter what formatting we've applied over the top. So the number underneath will always stay the same. Now, why do we apply number formats? Well, a lot of the time when you type a number into a cell, we want it to look a little bit different. If we're dealing with currency, maybe we want to have the currency symbol in front of it. Or maybe we want to apply date formats or time formats. Or maybe we want to make numbers look like a percentage. We can do all of this using number formatting. Now you'll find your number formatting options on the home ribbon in the number group just here. And notice we have a big old drop down with quite a few different formats in here. We can also click more number formats at the bottom, which will open up the Format Cells dialog box. And this dialog box, we're going to use this throughout the entire balance of this section. And on the number tab, this is where we have more details about each of these different number formats. So let's go through and start applying some of these because there are a few little things that you need to know when you're working with your number formatting. So if we take a look in column B, you can see that we just have a list of plain numbers. Now, if I just want my numbers to look like this in the cells, that's absolutely fine. I can leave them. Notice that currently I have the general number format applied. Now, general is something that gets applied to most cells when you first type something into them. It doesn't have any specific format. Pretty much what you type, that's what you're going to see in the cell. But notice underneath we have a specific format for numbers. So if we click on this, notice what it does. We now have 2 decimal places and a dot in the middle. Now, if that's what you want this number to look like, then you can leave it as it is. But we could also do some modifications to the way that this looks. For example, if I don't like the number of decimal places, I can go up to the number group and notice I have 2 little arrows here to increase the decimal or decrease the decimal. So if I decrease, I can take that down to 1, or I can take it away entirely, or I can click the other one and increase the decimal places. So this is really entirely up to you. Also notice that if I want something completely different, I have a comma style separator. So if I click this, it's going to put a comma between the 1 and the zeros. And again, I could take those decimal places down if I wanted my numbers to look like that. So you have a few different options in there when it just comes to formatting plain numbers. I generally like to have mine with a comma separator. Let's move on to the next column where maybe we want to format these as currencies. So once again, I'm going to select everything. Let's do Control-Shift down arrow this time. And I'm going to click on the little diagonal arrow to jump me into the Format Cells dialog box. And I'm going to choose Currency from here. Now it's worth noting that you don't have to come into this Format Cells dialog box. If you take a look at the number group again above, notice I have a little currency symbol just here. So I could simply click this to apply whatever my default currency is. But I like to come into here because I get a few additional options that I can adjust. So the first thing to do here is really to select the currency symbol that you want to use. Now the default for me is the dollar symbol, but if you click the drop down, you have all of the different currencies in here. And we can choose how many decimal places we want. Notice just above we have a little preview. If I were to take these down, it's going to show me in the preview what that's going to look like. So I'm actually going to have 2 decimal places this time. And I can also choose how I want to format negative numbers in this list. So if I had some minus figures in here, I could choose if I want to format those in red or if I want to have them in brackets or maybe even red in brackets. Now in this list I don't have any, so we're just going to stick with our 2 decimal places, click on OK, and that's what it looks like. Now accounting format, this is an interesting one. Let's Control-Shift down arrow. Again, we're going to open up Format Cells. And if you want a quick way to get into that Format Cells dialog box, you can press Control-1 on your keyboard. Now, accounting format is pretty similar to currency format. We come in here when we want to apply a currency symbol to the front of our number, and we can also adjust the number of decimal places. But the big difference here between accounting format and currency format is that accounting format will line up in the column the decimal place. So if I click on OK, you'll see that it does look slightly different from currency format. If I widen out these columns to make it more obvious, currency format has the currency symbol pushed right up against the number, whereas accounting format has the currency symbol flush with the left-hand margin. And what you'll find is that no matter what number you type into here, whatever the length of the number is, it's always going to line up the decimal place. Now the idea behind counting format is that it's really been built for accountants who maybe have to read down long lists of numbers. The decimal place being in the same place makes the number easier to read and also easier to perform calculations. So that's the difference between accounting format and currency format. The next one that we have is date. So let's Control-Shift down arrow. Now, if we were to click the drop down here, notice that we have options of short date or long date. So I currently have short date applied. If I was to apply long date and just widen out that column, you can see that that's what I'm going to get. If we go into Format Cells and go into Date, you can see we have many more different formats we can choose from in here. So if I wanted to display the year first, then the month, then the day, I can click on OK, and it's going to apply that format. So lots of different date formats for you to choose from. The same thing goes with time. Control-Shift down arrow. Again, if we click the drop down, we have time in here, or alternatively, Control-1 to see more options. Let's go into time. We can choose the time format that we want. So maybe you want to have these on a 12-hour clock, but you want to specify if it's AM or PM. You can select this one just here, click on OK, and it's going to put in that AM and PM text. Now, when it comes to percentages, this is where it's a little bit different. I've got some just regular numbers that I've typed into the cells, and maybe I just want to convert these into percentages. So you might think that you can just make your selection, Control-Shift down arrow, go up to the number group, and notice we have a percentage icon just here. Now if I click on this, check out what happens. This isn't really what I wanted it to look like. So let's Control-Z to undo. Why isn't it just giving me 5%, 10%, 15? Why is it putting in all of these extra zeros? Well, it's because percentages work a little bit different in Excel. If you want to simply apply percentage style to a list of numbers and have them look correct, your numbers need to be written out slightly differently. So instead of 5, we would need to have 0.5 in the cell. You can see as soon as I do that and click on the percentage symbol, I then get 50%. Now that can be a little bit of a pain if you have a long list of numbers already written out like this. Do you need to go back in and convert them, essentially divide them by 100? And the answer is yes, you kind of do. So how can we get around this? What if we have numbers like this in our spreadsheet and we just want to apply percentage style and have these look correct? Well, there is a little trick using Paste Special. Now, we haven't got to the section on cutting, copying and pasting in this course as yet. So we're going to revisit this once we've learned a little bit more about those features, and I'm going to show you how you can quickly convert all of these to percentages. Another note about this is if you have percentage formatting applied to the column before you put the numbers in, then it works fine. So if I was to select column I and choose the percentage style, if I was to then go in and type in 50%, that's going to work no problem. So if you don't have any numbers in the column, you can apply percentage style first and you can just type your numbers in. If you already have numbers in here and you're just trying to convert them to percentage, you're going to get these weird numbers. So just be aware of that. We will revisit this a bit later on. Now, the final column that I have in this table is just a mixture of positive and negative numbers. If we Control Shift down arrow and press Control 1 to open up Format Cells, we can go to number formatting, and as I said, we can choose if we want to apply negative number formatting as well. So I'm going to say that I want 0 decimal places, I want to use a 1000 separator, and I want any negative numbers to show in red and in brackets. Let's click on OK, and you can see how that applies formatting to those numbers. And as I mentioned, with any of these number formats that we've applied, if I click on any cell, so let's go for H6, notice in the formula bar, it doesn't have the formatting up there, it just has the actual number that's underneath in the cell. The same with cell C6, you can see it just has the plain number, it doesn't show the formatting, because the formatting is just a mask that sits on top. And the formatting is applied to the cell. So if I was to delete out all of these numbers and start typing other things, the formatting is still going to be there. So whatever I type into these formatted cells is going to take on that number formatting. Now, the final thing to note here is notice that I have a little phone number over in cell K4. Now, there is a format specifically for things like phone numbers, zip codes, and social security numbers. Now, this very much applies to the US only. If we press Control 1 to open up Format Cells and go to Special down here, notice we have these 4 in here. So other countries don't necessarily have zip codes. For example, in the UK, we have postcodes that take on an entirely different format to the US. Also, our phone numbers in the UK are a completely different format. So if you're in any other country other than the US, then this section is pretty useless. But just for all of the US viewers, if you do have a list of phone numbers, you can simply select the phone number formatting in here, click on OK, and it will apply that formatting. Now you can see it hasn't changed a great deal, but if I maybe had numbers which didn't have the dashes in there, you can see now it updates. Now there are other formats in this list which we haven't taken a look at as yet. For example, custom formatting is where you can basically build your own formatting, and this can be really useful. Now, it's outside the scope of this course because this tends to fall under more advanced topic, but just be aware of all of the different number formats that you have in here and have a little play around with them. But those are the basics of number formatting in Excel. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can make our worksheets look a little bit more interesting and engaging by applying formatting to cells, columns, and rows, because we have so many options when it comes to formatting. And we're going to start by taking a look at how we can manually format our worksheets in this lesson. So if you take a look at the worksheet on the screen, you can see that I have a little table of data, but it looks a little bit strange at the moment. Notice that all of the columns are kind of collapsed on top of each other. And you can see that for some of these columns, we have these hash symbols, which means there isn't enough space in the column to accommodate whatever's in the cell. Now, quite often you'll see worksheets that look like this, where you need to widen out all of the columns. And a common mistake is that people try to do this manually. So what they'll do is they will, let's take the first column for example, they'll move their mouse until they're between columns B and C. Notice the little black double-headed arrow, and they'll click and they'll drag the column out to widen it. Now, there isn't anything particularly wrong with that. You could go through and do all of your columns in the same way. It's just very tedious and slow. My data set here is pretty small, but imagine if you had a lot more columns than this. Going through and manually changing this is going to take up time. Fortunately, there is a much quicker way of doing this. What we can do is select all of the columns, and we do that by hovering our mouse over the first column until we see that little black downward facing arrow. Click and select all of the columns, And then we simply can hover our mouse over any of the column boundaries. I'm going to hover mine between E and F and double click. And that is a quick way of auto-fitting all of the columns. It's worth noting that that little double click trick is also available on the Home ribbon. If you go to Home, go to Format, notice you have Auto Fit Column Width just here. So if I was to undo, let's Control Z to put everything back, I could go up to Format and choose Auto Fit Column Width, and it's going to do the same thing. So either of those two methods are brilliant for quickly auto-fitting all of your cells. Now looking at this data set, what else might I want to do to it to make it more readable? Well, I can see that the column headings just here, they don't really stand out from the rest of the data. So what could I do here? I could apply some bold formatting. Maybe I want to apply a background fill. Now, if I want to apply bold, again on the Home ribbon, we have all of our font formatting options. I have the bold option just here, but as we know, there is a keyboard shortcut of Control B. That's quickly going to apply bold. Now notice as soon as I apply bold formatting, column F, price per unit, is now cut off because when you apply bold, it effectively makes the font a little bit bigger. So you might have to go in and just double click again to adjust that column width. What else could I do? Well, let's select the heading row again. This time I'm going to use keyboard shortcuts, Control Shift right arrow. Maybe I want to apply a background fill. So I can click the little paint bucket icon and notice that I get a palette of theme colors and standard colors. Now I'm not going to go too much into what the difference is between these two at the moment, but just be aware that when you're working in Excel, you have a default theme which controls the fonts that you use in your worksheets and also the colors. So I'm using just the default standard theme for Excel, and these are the standard colors. So I can go in and I can choose anything from the palette just here. We have what we call standard colors, or if I want to be very specific about the color that I'm using, I could go to more colors. I can choose a color from this little color palette just here, or alternatively, if we click across to the custom tab, we could click around in this to find the color that we want. Or alternatively, if we know what the hex code is, we can type it into here. A lot of the time, if you're working at a company, they'll have very specific branded colors. It might be the colors of the company logo, and your organization might like you to use those very specific colors in your spreadsheets. And a lot of the time, your marketing department will have a list of all of the hex values for those colors. So you would simply just copy and paste it in if you needed to be very specific. Now I'm not going to use any of these colors. I'm just going to choose one from the standard palette. So let's go for this dark purple. So now that I've done that and applied that dark purple fill, it's a little bit harder to see those column headings. So I'm going to select them again, Control Shift right arrow, and this time I'm going to change the font color. So we can click the little font drop down and I can choose a color from the palette. I'm going to go for white to make those stand out. So just with a few clicks, we've very quickly been able to make this look a little bit more readable. What else might we want to do here? Well, maybe we want to apply some borders to our data. What else might we want to do here? Well, notice at the top here, I have 2023 order summary. So this is kind of a title, and I really want this to be running across the top of my data, but I want it to be in the middle. Now, notice on the Home ribbon, you do have an alignment group just here, and this will allow you to align text within a cell either vertically or horizontally. If I give you an example, I'm just going to make this row a little bit taller. Notice I'm just dragging it down. You can see order summary aligns to the bottom of this cell. But if I was to use my alignment tools, notice here currently I have bottom align selected, but I could do middle align, that's going to move it up, or I can align it to the top. Similarly, if this column was a little bit wider, I could align it to the left as it currently is. I can align it to the middle, or I can align it to the right. So if I wanted this dead in the center, I would align it to the center horizontally and also vertically. So don't forget about your alignment tools. I just want it aligned to the left and to the bottom. Let's double click to put that back how it was, because what I actually want is to align this across all of my data. So you might think that what you can do here is select all of these cells and then just click the center alignment. But that's not going to work. It's only going to align that text in the cell that it's in. Now, what we can do is we can effectively merge all of these cells together to make them one cell and then align the text to the center. Now, notice that in the alignment group, we have a merge and center button. And I will say that this is a little bit controversial because it can throw up some problems. But let me just show you what it does. If I click merge and center, you can see it makes all of those cells, it merges them together to make one cell, and it moves the text to the middle, which is pretty much what I want. Now, the reason why people don't like this so much is that if you have merged cells in your spreadsheet, it makes it a lot more difficult to make selections, and it can sometimes throw your formulas off. If I now want to select column D and I click and start to drag down, you can see that when it gets to that merged cell, it expands out. So when I carry on dragging down, I'm not just highlighting column D, I'm highlighting everything. So it makes selections a little bit more difficult. So let me show you an alternative method where you don't have those problems. I'm going to Control Z to put everything back to how it was, because instead of doing it that way using merge and center, if we click on the little diagonal arrow in the corner, it's going to open up that Format Cells dialog box, but it's going to take us to the Alignment tab. What we could do instead is where we have text alignment horizontal, we could choose Center Across Selection. Click on OK. It's going to give the same effect, but it means that if I just want to select column D, I can click and drag down, and we don't get the same issue that we get with merge and center. So in general, I always advise people to center across selection instead. So now that we have that, I can select all of this. Maybe I want to make this bold, and I'm going to change the background color to, let's make that a blue color, and change the font to white. We can also do things like increase the font size. So again, in the font group, if we click the drop down just here, we can make the font a lot bigger, or we can make it smaller. And if you want to just increase in increments, we have a increase font size and a decrease font size just here. So if I click this a couple of times, it's going to make that heading a bit bigger. Now I can see here that during all of that formatting process, column B is now very wide, so I'm going to double click on the column boundary just to resize that. Now what else can we do here? Well, maybe I want to put borders around my table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of my data. And we're going to use a keyboard shortcut. We're going to press Control A, which means select all. So when we're clicked within a table of data, when we press Control A, it will select everything. If I was clicked in a random cell over here and I press Control A, it's going to select the entire worksheet. So just be aware of that difference. Now, when it comes to borders, you'll find your border options again in the font group. It's this little drop down just here. And you can see that we have lots of different borders that we can apply. So maybe I just want to apply borders to the bottom of the cell, the top, the left, the right. I could apply all borders, so on and so forth. Now, in general, when I'm applying borders, I like to go into More Borders at the bottom to pull up the Format Cells dialog box, and I like to set my options from here. So maybe I want a thin dark purple border around all of my cells. What I could do here is I could select my line styles. I'm going to go for this one. I can select the color of the lines. I'm going to go for this purple color. And then I can choose very specifically where I want those borders to appear in the cell. Now notice we have some presets just above to make this a bit quicker. So I basically want a border around everything. So I want an outline, and I also want an inside line as well. Now notice with these, you can click on them to remove them, and you can click to put them back again. So if I wanted borders just running down the columns and not across the rows, I could remove this middle one and just have it like that. So you can really get very granular about how your borders look in this borders area. Let's click on OK, and you can see what that does. And in general, people tend to use borders if they have their grid lines turned off. If we go up to the View tab, notice here in the Show group, we have grid lines selected. So that means we can see all of these cells in the background. Now, a lot of people, once they've finished their spreadsheet, will deselect grid lines to give it a cleaner look. But if we have borders applied, it still allows that data to kind of stand out and not just blend into the background. So I'll leave that up to you to decide if you want to do that. So pretty much all of the options that you have when it comes to formatting cells, rows and columns, you're going to find in the font group and in the alignment group. Remember, when you press Control 1, it pulls up that Format Cells dialog box. Remember, this is where we were when we were applying number formatting, but we also have an alignment tab, a font tab, a border tab, and a fill tab in here. So pretty much a lot of the things that you can do working with these icons in the font group, you can do in the Format Cells dialog box as well. But you do have more advanced options in here also. For example, with this fill section, we could choose to fill the background with some fill effects. This is where we could fill the background of the cell with a gradient. We could choose what colors we want to use, so on and so forth. If we want it vertical, diagonal up, horizontal, we could click on OK and OK again, and you can see that it's just applied that to the one cell because that's all I had selected. Control Z to undo. And the final option to point out here is the wrap text option. What this will do is it will wrap extra long pieces of text round in the cell. So maybe I have over here, let's just widen this out a little bit. I'm going to type in a reasonably long sentence. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Now this sentence, even though it's running across the columns, it is just contained in cell J5. But because it's longer than the column width, it's running over into other columns. Now what I could do here is double click to make that column as wide as what I have in it, but sometimes you might want to have the column width set to this and you just want the text to wrap around. So that is where we can use the wrap text option in the alignment group. If I click on wrap text, it's going to do exactly that. It's going to wrap the text around to fit the width of the cell. So just bear that in mind as well. I'm going to Control Z just to undo all of that. So those are some of the options you have when it comes to formatting cells, rows, and columns. In the previous lesson, I showed you some tips and tricks for applying manual formatting to your spreadsheets to make them more readable and engaging. And in this lesson, I just want to show you a quick trick for applying auto format. And what auto format is basically automatic formats. So it takes all of the heavy lifting out of applying formatting manually. We can select a little template from the available gallery and it will apply all of the formatting in one go. And this is a little option that used to be really popular quite a few years ago in Excel, and then it kind of disappeared from the ribbon. The good news is it is still there, but we need to add it to the Quick Access Toolbar because we can't find it on any of these ribbons. So let's start out by doing that. Now remember, with this Quick Access Toolbar, if we click the little drop down just here, we can go to More Commands, and that's going to jump us across to our Excel options and straight to the Quick Access Toolbar section. Now I'm going to select all commands from the drop down and let's scroll through and find Auto Format. As I said, these are in order, so it does make it a little bit easier to find, but there is the button that we're looking for. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to add it to my Quick Access Toolbar. You can see there it is at the bottom. Let's click on OK. So now when I'm clicked in my data set, if I click this auto format button, it's going to pull up a gallery of different formats that we can apply to our data set. And if we scroll through, you can see that we have quite a few different ones in here. So it really depends how you want your formatting to look. Now, if we scroll up to the top, I think I'm going to go for, let's go for this one just here, Classic 3. Once you've selected a template to apply, we have an options button in the bottom left-hand corner. So if we click this, we can effectively choose which formats we want to apply to our data set. We don't necessarily have to apply everything. Now by default, everything is selected, so it's going to apply the number formatting, the borders, the font, the patterns, the alignment, the width, so on and so forth. Now I don't want this formatting to change the width of my columns, so I'm going to deselect width and height. And it might be that I don't necessarily want to apply the number formatting contained within the template either. So go through and specify what you want to apply, deselect what you don't want to apply, click on OK, and check out what we have. It applies that formatting. And you can see here it's applied formatting to the header row. We have a background fill on all of the cells. It's changed the font color. We have an outside border. So that is a lot quicker than going in and doing all of that hard work manually. And if you decide that you don't like this, you can click on the auto format button again and maybe choose something else. So I'm going to go for Classic 2. Let's select options. Again, I don't want it to apply width and height or number. Let's click on OK and I get some different formatting, and I think that looks really nice. And of course, you could use this as a base, and you can go in and you can apply manual formatting as well. So maybe I want to make these headers a bit bigger. I want to make them bold. Maybe I want to align them to the left or even to the center, so on and so forth. So you can tweak these auto format templates once you've applied them. But I think you'll agree, auto format is a really handy little button to have on your toolbar so you can just quickly format your data sets. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use the Find and Replace utility in Excel to find cells that have specific formatting applied and replace it with other formatting. And again, this is a really useful time-saving hack if you've got a lot of data and you just want to replace the formatting on the worksheet or even in the entire workbook. Now, the Find and Replace utility can be used for many things, not just replacing formatting. We can also replace values and text and many other things. But in this context, we're going to take a look at it specifically for replacing formatting. Now, you're going to find the Find and Replace utility on the Home ribbon in the Editing group. Notice we have a Find and Select option, and when we click it, we get a drop down where we can find, and replace. Now, personally, this is one of those utilities that I prefer to use the keyboard shortcut to access. I just find it a lot quicker. So if you want to quickly jump into Find, you can press Control F. That's going to bring up Find and Replace. But notice that this has two tabs, Find and then Replace. So if you want to go directly to the Replace tab, what you can do is press the keyboard shortcut Control H. Basically brings up the same dialog box, but you get taken to the tab that you need. Now, when you first open up Replace, it's going to look like this. Now, this is fine if you just wanted to replace some text. So maybe I wanted to replace the word shipped with sent. I could do that from here. I could say replace all, and you can see what that's done. In the dataset, wherever it finds the word shipped, it's now replaced it with sent. That is a very basic text-based replace. But what if we want to replace the formatting? So maybe where we have pending highlighted in grey, maybe I want that to be a completely different colour. Well, this is where we need to open up the options. Now, when we open up options, we get exactly that, more options that we can set as our criteria. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to remove the text from find what and replace with, because we don't want to find that criteria again. This time, we want to find the formatting. So notice next to find what, all the way over on the right-hand side, we have a format button just here. And if we click the drop down, we can choose format or choose format from cell. So if you have a cell in the spreadsheet that contains exactly, then you could use this second option. So let's go for choose format from cell. Notice that that box disappears and our cursor changes to a little eyedropper. Now I'm looking for everything that has a grey background. So I'm going to select any of these cells. So let's go for this one just here. Notice that the preview updates with what we're looking for. And then we can choose what we want to replace it with. So if I click the format drop down again, this time I'm going to go into format. So this is going to open up another dialog box and it's going to jump me to the fill tab. So maybe instead of having a grey background fill, I want a light green background fill. I could even add in more options. So if I go to font, maybe I want it to be in light green, but also have bold font. Let's see what that looks like. I'm going to click on OK. I can now see what I'm finding and what I'm replacing it with, and then I can set the scope. So if I just want to find and replace on this worksheet that I'm currently on, I could choose sheet. But if I wanted to replace the grey background fill across the entire workbook, I could choose workbook from this drop down. Now we're going to keep ours on sheet. We also get to choose if we want to search by row or by column. Now I have my formatting running across rows, so I'm fine with it searching across the rows. The last option here, it's also going to look in cells that contain formulas. So I'm going to click the Replace All button and check out what happens. It's made 20 replacements. Now notice something a little bit curious. If we click on OK and close this down, you can see that it's worked for some of the cells in the row, but not for all of them. And that's because for these two cells, price per unit and total, we have different formatting applied. We have currency formatting. And because I chose to find just formatting that had a grey background fill, it hasn't found these because we have slightly different formatting applied. So how could I get around this? Well, if we go to Control H again, if I was to then say find what, choose format from cell and select one of these cells and replace it with green. Let's do replace all. Check it out. Let's click on close and you can see that it's now found those. So you do have to be a little bit careful when using the choose from cells option. Now, if you do have a dataset that has lots of different formats applied to different columns, then sometimes it's worth removing the formatting, doing your find and replace, and then reapplying the formatting. For example, with these two columns just here, I might decide to select them and let's just give them general formatting so we don't have any specific number formatting applied. So now if we do Control H, we can say find what. So let's go choose format from cell. I'm going to choose this blue one just here and we're going to replace it with, let's go for a purple background fill and let's also make that bold as well and click on OK. So now when we do replace all, it's made 35 replacements and you can see that we have exactly what we're looking for. So because we changed that formatting just to general, the find and replace has now worked. And we can then just go back in, Control Shift down arrow and apply whatever formatting we want. So sometimes that is a quicker method. Remove the formatting first of all, so it's all fairly standard, then find and replace the background fill color and then reapply the formatting. I'll leave that up to you to have a little play around with, but that's how you can utilize the find and replace utility to replace formatting in your datasets. In previous lessons in this section, we've started to take a look at how we can quickly apply formatting to data to make it more interesting and more readable. And in this lesson, I just want to show you a really quick trick when it comes to copying and applying formatting across different datasets. Now, if you take a look at the spreadsheet here, you can see that we have a table on the left that has some formatting applied. The heading row has some formatting. We've got some grey shading for all of the orders that have a status of pending, and also notice in the total column we have some currency formatting applied. Now it might be that I want to take this formatting and apply it to a different data set. So all I've done here is I've copied the data set, that's the data set you can see on the right hand side, but it doesn't have any of the formatting. Now I could go through, I could use AutoFormat, I could then go in and manually apply some of these other formats, but that's going to take a really long time. So let me show you a quicker way of doing this using a utility in Excel called Format Painter. Now you're going to find the Format Painter icon on the home ribbon in the clipboard group. It's this little paintbrush icon just here. And when we hover over, we have quite a bit of information about the Format Painter. It says, like the look of a particular selection, you can apply that look to other content in the document. To get started, select the content with the formatting you like, click Format Painter and select something else to automatically apply the formatting. So let's deal with that first of all. Maybe I want to copy this formatting that we have in the header row across to the header row in the other dataset. So what I could do here is click in cell B5. Let's use our keyboard shortcut Control Shift right arrow to make our selection, and then I'm going to click the Format Painter icon. Let's click it. Now notice what immediately happens. We now get the marching ants around our selection, and when I move my cursor onto the spreadsheet, check it out, it's changed to a little paintbrush icon. So what we can do now is simply select the area where we want to apply the same formatting. So I'm going to select all of this row up here, and when I let go, it applies that formatting and the Format Painter deactivates. How simple was that? And you can use this method for any formatting that you want to copy. Now, one thing to note here, once I'd copied this formatting across, the Format Painter deactivated. So let's take a look at that again. I'm going to select this row that has the grey shading. I'm going to click on Format Painter and I'm going to select this row in the table to copy the formatting across. So let's select this row again, but this time I'm going to double click on the Format Painter. So now when I go down to the next pending order, I can copy that formatting across, but notice the cursor is still showing that my paintbrush or my format painter is activated. So I can carry on painting. I can go to the next one, select it, and then finally go to the last one and select that as well. So I stay in format painter mode. Now, when you've finished and you want to deactivate and just go back to your regular cursor, you can either click on the Format Painter icon again or simply press the Escape key on your keyboard. Now, one final thing to note here, it will copy across all of the formatting from the selected cells. So notice that because in the table on the left, I have currency format applied to the totals, it's also copied across the currency formatting just here. And you'll find that if you just want to copy across the currency formatting, if we select these cells just here, click on the Format Painter once and copy that across to total, that's going to allow us to copy that formatting across. And also notice that because we've copied that entire column of formatting, I now have that bottom border, but it's applied to just column O. So once again, if I want to take that entire border, I could select everything just here, click on Format Painter, and paint that across to apply that formatting. So you can carry on using your Format Painter until your heart's content. I'm just going to do the price per unit as well. And now we should find that everything in the table on the right looks exactly the same as the table on the left. So utilizing Format Painter is a lot quicker when you have a lot of formatting to copy across. In the last lesson, we saw how we can quickly copy formatting from one dataset to another using Format Painter. And in this lesson, I just basically want to show you the reverse of that and how you can clear formatting once it's been applied. And this is a particularly useful thing to know because a lot of the time you'll receive datasets from maybe other people, or maybe you've downloaded a dataset from an external system. And often that data will come across with formatting that you don't necessarily want. So you need to know the techniques when it comes to clearing formatting from data. Now, once again, we're starting with our two datasets. Now, I've made a bit of a change to table number 2. You can see I've added a column that just houses a web address in there. Now, the reason why I've done that is because we do have numerous different options when it comes to clearing formatting. So we're going to say that we want to clear all of the formatting that we've applied to this table on the right-hand side. Now, when it comes to clearing formatting, you're going to find all of your options on the Home tab in the Editing group where we have this little eraser icon just here. If we click the drop down, you can see that we have a few different options. So let's go through each one so that you understand the difference. Now, when it comes to clearing, we must first make a selection. So let's say that I want to clear the formatting from this heading row just here. I'm going to select the area, I'm going to click the drop down next to clear, and let's see what happens if we choose clear all. That is pretty much going to do what it says on the tin. It is going to clear everything from that cell, not just the formatting. So it's going to remove any text or numbers that you have in those cells, as well as the formatting. If you just want to completely get rid of everything, then that is a perfectly good option to use. But I'm going to undo because that's not exactly what I want. Let's take a look at the second option, clear formats. Now, if we click on this, that is more like what I was looking for. I want it to retain the text that's in the cell. I just want it to remove any additional formatting. So it's removed that purple background fill, and it's also removed the borders. Let's undo to put it back and take a look at the third option. Now, the third option we have is clear contents. And if we take a look at the screen tip here, it says clear only the contents in the selected cells. The formatting and comments are not cleared. So this is kind of the opposite of clear formats. If we click on clear contents, it's going to clear the text or the numbers out of the cells, but it's going to leave the formatting there. And sometimes that can be really helpful if you just want to switch out the text that you have in some cells, but retain that background formatting. Now let's click it one more time. Notice we also have clear comments and notes. Now this is currently grayed out for me because I don't have any comments or notes in my worksheet. Now we are going to get onto that subject a bit later on in the course, so we'll take a look and revisit this option then. The final option we have in this menu is clear hyperlinks. So this is going to clear any hyperlinks from the selected cells. Now notice here that I have some hyperlinks in column Q. And hyperlinks, again, it's not a subject that we've covered, but you've probably seen these before. If you type any kind of website address into a cell, it's automatically going to turn it into a clickable hyperlink. So if I was to click, it's going to jump me across to the Simon Sez IT website. Now it might be that you want to keep the web address in here, but you want to remove the actual clickable hyperlinks. That is what this option is for. So I'm going to click in the first cell. Let's do Control-Shift down arrow to select everything. And then when we go to clear, notice that remove hyperlinks is now active as well. So we can clear the hyperlinks or we can remove them. Now, if I clear hyperlinks, it looks like it's done nothing, but now when I hover my mouse over any of these hyperlinks, my cursor doesn't change to a little clickable hand icon because these are no longer hyperlinks. I can't click on them to jump to the website, but the actual text is still there. Let's Control Z to come out of here and put those hyperlinks back. You'll see now, when I hover over, I get that little clickable hand icon. Now the other option that we have, Control-Shift down arrow to make our selection, is remove hyperlinks altogether. So if we remove the hyperlinks, it's actually going to remove that underline. So now they're basically just regular text in a cell. They're not linked to anything else. So that is the difference between those two options. Now I don't actually want this website column in my table, so I'm going to select the entire column. I'm going to go to clear and clear all simply to get rid of it. Now I don't actually want this second table, so I'm going to select the entire table, Control A. I'm going to go up to clear and I'm going to say clear all. And you can see that that is a nice quick way just to get rid of everything. So those are the options that you have when it comes to clearing cells. It's time now to do exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the exercise file, exercise6.excelSX. And then I would like you to simply format the table so that it matches the screenshot below. And you can see here we've got some borders, we've got some background fills. I've changed the font of the heading row, and you can see on the right hand side the exact font I've used, not only for the heading row, but also for the text and the numbers within the table. And don't forget to apply formatting where necessary. Also note that we don't have any grid lines showing in the background. And then once you've done that, I'd like you to find and replace the grey fill colour in the total column with a different colour of your choice. So a few things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise was simply to format this data set that you can see here the same as the screenshot. So I'm going to start with the heading row. Let's select this, Control-Shift right arrow. And I'm going to change the font to Dosis Extra Bold. And we're just going to type that in. There we go. Now we need to apply the background fill color and change the font color. Now I could do this manually by selecting from the drop downs, or alternatively I could use my format painter. So I'm going to select cell I5. Let's click on the format painter and we're going to drag that across this heading row to apply that formatting. That's a nice quick way. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the table font. So let's do Control Shift right arrow and then down arrow to select everything, and we're simply going to change the font to Georgia and hit enter. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort out the formatting of the dates and also the amounts. So let's select the date column, go up to our number formatting, and I'm going to change this to short date. And then in the amount column, we're going to give that a $sign. And I think I had 2 decimal places in the screenshot. Final couple of things to do here. I'm going to select the amount column, Control Shift down arrow, and we're just going to apply a light grey background fill. And then the final thing to do is simply apply borders around the outside. So let's do Control A to select everything. I'm going to go up to my borders and we're going to say all borders. And then the very final thing is simply to remove the grid lines. So let's jump up to the View tab and deselect grid lines. And there we go. That table is now formatted the same as the table in the screenshot. The final part of this exercise was to practice using Find and Replace to find cells with a specific background fill and replace them with something else. So I asked you to replace this grey background fill with a background fill of your choice. So I'm going to select this column, Control Shift down arrow, and then I'm going to press Control H to jump directly to replace. Now in the Find What area, we're going to go straight into Format, and I'm going to choose the format from the cell. So I'm going to choose this cell just here, and then we're going to replace it with, let's go to Format this time, and I want to make sure that I still have that Georgia font. So let's make sure that we still have Georgia selected. And let's choose a different background fill. I'm going to go for something fairly light. Let's just go for this light pink. Click on OK, and we can do Replace All, OK, and Close. And there we go. We've replaced that background fill color. That's all I needed you to do. I hope you got on OK with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to explore the wonderful world of Excel tables. Because if you've never come across Excel tables before, then you're going to find them extremely useful when it comes to analyzing data. Now in this lesson, we're going to really get an understanding of what exactly an Excel table is and why they're so useful. So we're going to start here on this basic tables worksheet. And if you notice at the top here, I have a very simple data set. I just have some fruits listed, and I have the total sales, let's say the total revenue for January, February, March. So effectively the first quarter. Now this data isn't in any kind of Excel table. Now, you might be a little bit confused by that, and I think a lot of the confusion lies in the fact that Excel, by its nature, kind of has a table-looking format. We have a grid structure, which could be mistaken for a table. But it's worth noting that there is a big difference between simply entering data into cells and actually formatting your data as an Excel table. Now, this table of data at the top here is not formatted as a table. Whereas the one underneath, which pretty much looks exactly the same, is formatted as a table. So how can we tell the difference between these two? Well, this table up here, I've basically just typed in some text and some numbers into cells, and then I've manually formatted them. So I've literally selected each row and I've changed the formatting, the background fill, manually, just to make it a little bit easier to read. Whereas with this table underneath, this is formatted as an Excel table. If I click inside the dataset, notice that we get a table design contextual ribbon at the top here. And if I click on it, it opens up all of the options that I have when it comes to formatting and organizing my table. If I scroll back up and click inside this first dataset, you can see that table design ribbon disappears, which means that this data is not in a table. Now in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create a table, and we're going to take a look at some of the various different ways that you can use a table. But I just want to illustrate what the difference is here. Now, most of the time when you're working in Excel and you have a data set, that data set doesn't remain static. And what I mean by that is usually we're always adding additional rows onto the bottom of our tables. For example, this data set could grow. Maybe I want to add a different fruit onto the bottom here. So let's say strawberry. Let's say the sales for January were, let's go for 500. For February, we'll say 400. And for March, we'll say 300. So I've managed to add that data onto the bottom, no problem. But if I had a chart attached to this data, the data wouldn't automatically update. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to insert a quick chart. So let's go to the Insert tab, and I'm going to insert a 2D column chart. So this is pretty much the same as the chart that we have below. Now currently it's showing everything that I have in the table. If I was to add another row on the bottom here, so let's go for kiwi, and we'll say 400, 250, and let's go for 100. Notice that my chart doesn't update. You can see that kiwi hasn't been added. You can see that kiwi hasn't been automatically added to the chart. And when I click on the chart, you can see exactly the data that the chart is using. It's not including the Kiwi row. Now we could fix this. We could go in and we could drag this little blue handle down, which will then include it in the chart. And you can see the chart immediately updates to include Kiwi. But if you're doing this all the time, you don't want to have to keep going in and dragging this little handle down. It's also really easy to forget to do that. So let's take a look how a table behaves differently. If we scroll down, as I mentioned, this little data set is in a table. And I've already added in my chart. So let's do the same thing. Let's add another item on the end. We're going to go for strawberry and press tab. As soon as I press tab, the chart starts to update. I can then add in my values. Let's go for 500, 400 and 300, and everything automatically updates. And that is because tables have an auto expand capability. So if your data is in a table, as soon as you add more data onto the bottom, it's going to automatically expand to accommodate that new data, which means that if you have things like pivot tables or charts hanging off of this data using this data, they're going to automatically update. So it really is a great time-saving hack. Let's take a look at one more example. I'm going to go across to the employees worksheet, and here we have a data set that is a little bit larger. We have employee IDs, employee names, we have the department that they're in, their job title, their salary, and their job rating out of 5. Now, I've already put this data into a table. We can tell that because we have a table design ribbon. And another thing that happens when we turn a data set into a table is that we automatically get these filter drop downs at the top of each column. So if I wanted to just see all of the information for a specific department, I could go in, I could deselect everything apart from the department that I'm looking for, click on OK, and it's going to filter the data. Now, I'm not going to do that right now because we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But just remember that when you create a table, you get these useful filter drop downs. Now, the chart that you can see on the right-hand side, you can see that this is showing the average salary broken down by department. Now, this is actually a pivot chart. I've created a pivot table just below of the data above. Now, we haven't discussed pivot tables at all so far, but just really to illustrate the point that this also works if you've created a pivot table. If I were to add another employee onto the bottom here, not only is my pivot table down here going to update, my chart is also going to update. And that is because this data set is in a table. So I'm going to add onto the bottom here. Let's go for the next member of staff. This person is going to be, let's go for Carly Watson. She's going to work in sales. So keep your eye on the sales column in the chart. She is a sales associate, and let's make her salary quite a bit larger than everything else. We're going to go for 100,000. I'm going to give this person a job rating of 5. Now, you might be looking at this chart thinking, well, that hasn't actually updated. It looks exactly the same. Now, that is because when we're dealing with a pivot table, and as I said, we have a pivot table that is feeding off of this table data. In order to get a pivot table to update, we need to right-click and refresh it. So as soon as I do that, it pulls those new totals through, and check out the sales column in the table now. It's a lot bigger. Remember, these are just average sales by department. Now, none of this would be possible if our data wasn't in a table. So the important thing to take away from this lesson is always put your data into a table. It's going to make your life so much easier when it comes to updating that table and keeping all of your charts updated and refreshed with the latest information. So now we've learned what an Excel table is, and we've seen some of the benefits of putting our data into an Excel table. It's time to go through exactly how you put your data into a table, and we'll also go through some tips and tricks when working with Excel tables. So you can see in the spreadsheet just here, we have some employee data, and this currently is an unformatted data set. And maybe we want to perform some kind of analysis on this data. And as I mentioned in the last lesson, I would always highly recommend that you put any data set that you want to analyze into an Excel table first. Now, when it comes to actually formatting this data as a table, we have two different methods that we can use. If we click our mouse anywhere within this data, go up to the Home tab, notice in the Styles group we have a Format as Table drop-down. So when we click this, it's going to open up a big gallery with all different kinds of table styles that we can apply. And by selecting one of these, it will do two things. It will convert our data into an Excel table, but it will also apply some formatting. Now, the different color schemes that you see in here, these are very much based on the theme that you have in use within Excel. So let's just take a look at that for one moment. If we go up to the Page Layout tab, notice we have a Themes group just here. And when we click the Themes drop down, you're going to be able to see the theme that you have in use. Now, for most people, the default theme is just going to be this Office theme just here. And it is worth noting that this Office theme has changed in the last couple of months. Microsoft released an update for Microsoft 365 users, so we now have a different set of theme colors as our default. And if we go to the Home tab and just click, let's click the Fill Color drop-down, you can see that these are the new theme colors. It's also worth noting that with this new Office theme, we get a new font as well. So instead of the default being Calibri, the default is now Aptos. And that is exactly what I have in use in this spreadsheet. So the point I'm trying to make here is if you don't like the colors that you see when you click the Format as Table drop-down, maybe you want to use something else, you can simply change those by changing the theme that you're using. So you could choose one of these other themes. Let's go for Facet, for example. And now when I go to the Home tab and click Format as Table, I get a different set of theme colors. So just be aware of that. I'm going to switch mine back to the default Office colors. So when we click on Format as Table, I can choose one of these. Let's go for this green one just here, dark green, table style, medium 4. Now, as soon as I click this, Excel is going to do its best to work out where my data is. And if you're clicked inside your data set, it should select everything around the outside. Now, I need to confirm that this is correct. So it says, where is the data for your table? And then it's giving me a cell range. And I can see the marching ants around the outside, so this is correct. It's also worth noting that you must have My Table Has Headers selected if your table does in fact have a header row. So let's click on OK, and my data is now in a table. How do I know? Well, check out my ribbons. I now have a table design ribbon. And on this table design ribbon, we can do many different things. I could change my table style from here. So if I decide I don't like this green, I could go in and maybe choose something else. So let's go for this blue. Notice we have some table style options, and some of these little checkboxes are already selected. Notice here, filter button is selected because when you put your data into a table, it's automatically going to add these little filters to the top of each column. And these are really, really useful. For example, if I just wanted to see in this table only the people who work in, let's say, HR, I can use this filter to select HR, click on OK, and it's going to filter my list. Notice as soon as I do that, I get this little filter icon. If I want to clear the filter, I can choose Clear Filter from Department to put everything back. So those filter drop-downs are really useful, but if you don't want to have them on your table, you can simply deselect the filter button from Table Style Options. I quite like them there, so I'm going to keep this selected. Notice also we have Header Row selected. If I deselect this, it's going to remove that header row from my data set. Another cool feature of tables is that we can add a total row. So if I click total row, notice what happens to my data set. I get a new row added to the bottom, and it's giving me the total of all of the job ratings. Now, in this instance, that doesn't particularly make much sense. I'm not really going to want to add up the job ratings, but I might want to add up all of the salaries just to get an idea as to how much we're paying in total for everyone's salaries. If I click in the total row, notice we get a little drop down just here. If I click it, I can choose to sum all of those salaries. We have other options in here as well. Maybe I want to find out what the average salary is. I could do that also. And I don't have to have anything in this job rating column. I can simply choose none. So that total row can be really nice, and is a quick way of performing calculations on table data. Now in this case, I don't want a total row, so let's just deselect that from table style options. Also notice that with this particular table style that we've applied, we have alternating row colors. And this is what we refer to as banded rows. Now, banded rows in general improve the readability of your data. It's easier for people to read across lines. But again, if you don't like the way that this looks, you can simply deselect banded rows in table style options, and it will remove those bands. You could instead have banded columns. We have a little option for that, and it's going to give us alternating column colors. We can apply formatting to the last column of data. It's going to make the last column bold, or we can apply formatting to the first column of data. So that is what all of these little table style options do. Now the external table data ribbon, this is where we can do things like export our table data to SharePoint lists. Now that's outside the scope of this particular course, but just be aware that that button is there. Also notice we have a refresh button just here. So this enables us to quickly pull through any updates to this table. In the tools group, this is where we have things like summarize with pivot table. So if I wanted to create a pivot table based off of this data, I can do that from here. I can remove duplicates, or I can convert my table to a range. So this is really interesting and a question that I get all the time. Sometimes people will put their data into a table and then they'll say to me, Deb, how do I take it out of the table? I don't want it to be in a table anymore. Well, this is this button just here. So let's click it. It's going to say, do you want to convert the table to a normal range? I'm going to say yes, and that effectively takes it out of the table. Notice that when I'm clicked in this data, I no longer have that table design ribbon. Now, whilst it does remove the table, it will keep the formatting. If you wanted to remove all of this formatting, you could select everything, Control A, go to that clear formatting button that we've seen previously, and click on Clear Formats. And we're basically back to where we started. Now, this is a really good opportunity to show you the second method when it comes to creating a table. Because instead of using Home and Format as Table, we can simply use the keyboard shortcut Control T. Again, it's going to give us that same little create table pop-up. I'm going to say yes, my table has headers, and I'm going to click on OK. Now the table style that you get when you use the keyboard shortcut is basically the default table style. So for me, that is this blue color just here. Once again, now we have the table design ribbon back, we could go in and we can change that to something else if we want to. So now we have our data in a table again. I'm just going to apply some formatting to the salary column. And this is another little tip. When you're working with table data, it makes it a lot easier for you to select your columns and your rows. For example, if I want to format everything in this salary column, instead of selecting all of the cells, I can simply hover my mouse over that table header, and notice I get that little black downward pointing arrow. Click once, it's going to select everything in that table column. I can now go to Home and I can apply whatever formatting I like. So I'm going to apply counting number formatting, and I'm going to take the decimal places down to 0. The final thing to point out here, and another thing that I would advise you to do, is to give your table a meaningful name. If you take a look on the table design ribbon in the first group here, the properties group, notice that my table is currently called Table 2. And this is just Excel's generic default name. So if I was to create another table, it would be called Table 3. The next table would be called Table 4. Now, whilst you can leave them with those generic names, it makes each table really hard to identify later on. If I was to come back to this spreadsheet in 6 months' time and I want to work with a specific table, if it's just called Table 2 or Table 3, I'm not really going to know what table that refers to. So I would always recommend giving your table a more meaningful name. So I'm going to click in my data, I'm going to go up to table name, and I'm going to call this employee underscore data. Now it's worth noting with these table names, you can't have any spaces if you have 2 words. So I have 2 words, employee data, so I've separated them with an underscore. I could also just have them like that, all as one word. I'm going to keep the underscore in. Hit enter, and your table is now named. So those are 2 methods for putting your data into a table, and some of the options that you have on that table design ribbon. In the previous couple of lessons in this section, we've seen how to turn our data into a table, and we've also discussed some of the benefits of doing this. So now in this lesson, it's time to see how putting our data into a table affects our formulas, because this is something that does tend to throw beginners off. Now, currently we're looking at the employee data. This is the same data that we used in the previous lesson, but I have made a little change here. I've actually taken this data out of the table, and we saw how to do that in the last lesson. So we still have these blue banded rows, that's absolutely fine. But what I want to do now is I want to perform some calculations on this data. Now notice in column I have 3 separate things that I want to find out from this data. And the first one is that I want to know what the sum of all salaries is. So I want to find out the total. Now, of course, I could put this into a table and turn on total row and select sum. That is one way that you could do this. But if you just want to perform a calculation over in cell J3, we could type in equals sum, press the tab key, and we could simply select all of these salaries. So I'm going to select the cell range F4 to F23. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my total. And we can very simply check that total is correct by highlighting the salary range again. And if you take a look down in the status bar at the bottom, all the way over on the right hand side, we have our sum total, which is matching what we have in the cell. So that is the sum of salaries. Now, when we double click on this cell to take a look at that formula, we are using cell references in this formula, F4 to F23. And so far in this course, that is pretty standard. That's what we've been using for all of our formulas. Let's take a look at the next one, average job rating. So this time we're going to type in equals. We're going to start to type average, tab key to select it, and we want to find the average job rating. So for this one, I'm just going to select the job rating column. You can click and drag or click in the first cell, Control, Shift, down arrow to make your selection. Once again, if you take a look at that formula, we're using cell references G4 to G23. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get an average job rating of 3.4. The final thing here is to simply do a count of employees. Now I want to count on one of the text columns, so I need to make sure that I use count A. Remember, count will only count numerical values. Count A allows us to actually count the employees. So we're going to use cell references again, C4 to C23, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's telling me that I have 20 employees in this list. So that was all fairly straightforward, pretty much stuff that we've covered before. But the thing to note here is the point that we're using cell references in all of these calculations. Let's put our data into a table and check out how these formulas change as soon as we do that. So I'm going to escape out of here. I'm going to delete out all of the calculations we've done so far, and we're going to put our data back into a table. So I'm clicked inside it. Let's press Control T, keyboard shortcut. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK, and my data is now back in a table. The first thing I'm going to do is name my table. So let's go up to the table design ribbon, all the way across to the properties group. And where we have table 3, I'm going to call this employee data again. Let's hit enter. So now that my data is in a table, let's try and perform these same calculations in column J. So I want to work out the sum of salaries. So we're going to start off the same, equals sum, press the tab key, and I want to sum the salary column. Now, once your data is in a table, remember, you can simply hover your mouse over that salary column until you get that black downward pointing arrow, click once, and it's going to select that whole column. But take a look. This looks very different to when we were using cell references. The formula now says employee data, then we have a square bracket, salary, closing square bracket. So what exactly does that mean? Well, these are what we call table references, and you'll see them when you're trying to perform calculations on table data. Instead of using the cell references, it uses the table name and the column heading in the formula. So you can see there it's saying, okay, you want me to sum the salary column in the employee data table. That is exactly correct. I just need to close my bracket, hit enter, and I get exactly the same result. Once again, we can check it by highlighting all of the data and glancing down to the status bar. Let's do it again. So equals average. This time I want to find the average job rating. I'm going to select the entire column. We get the table name, employee data, followed by that column. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we get the same result. Now it's also worth noting that you could type in equals sum, and you could simply start to type in the table name. So if I start to type in employee data, it comes up in IntelliSense underneath. I can press the tab key, and then I simply need to open a square bracket, and it's going to list all of the columns in that table, and I can simply go in and select. Now I actually don't want to do a sum here, do I? I want to do a count A. So let's do that again. I'm going to go for employee data, open the square bracket, and I want to do a count of the employees, so I'm going to count the employee name. Let's press tab to select it, close the square bracket, close the round bracket, hit enter, and we get our results. So this is really the point I wanted to illustrate in this lesson. Don't be thrown off by the fact that when your data is in a table and you're putting together a formula, you're going to see table references as opposed to cell references. And table references are actually pretty good. If you send this spreadsheet to somebody else, it's a lot easier for people to understand what your formula is doing because we have meaningful labels in there. We can see that we're doing a sum of the employee data table, the salary column. Sometimes when you just have cell references, it's not quite so obvious. So that's how table references work in formulas as opposed to cell references. It's time now to do exercise 7. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the exercise file exercise7.xlsx. And I'd like you to format the data as an Excel table and name that table invoices. I'd like you to choose a table style, and I don't mind which table style you do choose, and make sure that you turn off banded rows. I'd also like you to make sure that you have filters turned on, and I'd like you to add a total row. And then finally, I'd like you to calculate the average invoice amount using table references in the formula. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to convert this data into a table. So we're going to click somewhere within the data and press Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And we're going to name this table Invoices. So let's make sure we're on the table design ribbon. Let's go over to the properties group, which is the first group on the ribbon. And we're simply going to type in invoices and press enter. Now, I then asked you to change the table style, and I didn't mind which table style you used. So I'm going to go for this green table style. I asked you to remove banded rows. So in our table style options, let's deselect banded rows to turn those off. I wanted you to make sure that we had filters turned on, which we do, and I asked you to add a total row. So we want to make sure we have a tick in this box just there. And then the final thing is we need to perform a calculation in cell I5. We need to work out what is the average invoice amount. And I asked you to include table references in the formula. So what we're going to do here is we're going to type in equals average, and we're simply going to go over to the amount column, hover our mouse just above until we get that black downward pointing arrow, and click to select that column. And notice that we now have table references in the formula. We have the table name, invoices, followed by the column name. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we can see that that is the average invoice amount. Now I'm going to apply some formatting. Let's change that to $, and that looks a lot better. I hope you got an okay with that. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at some of the options that we have when it comes to working with rows and columns in our spreadsheet. And we're going to start out with this reasonably large data set. If I click somewhere in my data set and press Control down arrow, it's going to jump me all the way down to the last row of data. And you can see that we have just over 51,000 rows in this data set, so a fairly sizable amount of data. Control up arrow to jump to the top. And if we press Control right arrow, it's going to jump us to the last column. So we have quite a few columns of data as well. Now, the first thing that you'll notice about this data is that it's not laid out in the best format. You can see that some columns are too narrow and some are a little bit too wide. If we scroll across and take a look at the quantity column, this is taking up far too much room, more than it needs to. Whereas some of these columns at the beginning of the data set are showing these hash symbols, they're not actually wide enough to display the data in the column. Now, we've seen this little trick previously, and that is the auto fit columns trick. What we can do here is select all of our data, and one way that I like to do this if I have a particularly large data set is to click this little area in between column A and row 1. If we click this, this will select not only all of the data, but all of the columns as well. And that is really important. If I was just to simply click in the data and press Control A, it's not going to actually select those column headings. So I'm going to click in this square just here, and then we can double click on any of these column boundaries. You can see I'm hovering my mouse between column G and H, and double click to widen out all of those columns. So effectively what we've done here is we've auto fit the width. Now I'm going to press Ctrl Z just to undo that and put it back to how it was, because the other method we can use is to go to the Home ribbon, and then underneath Format we have this just here, Auto Fit Column Width. That's going to do exactly the same thing. So you have the two options just there. Now it's worth noting that this applies to rows as well. So all of my rows are fairly standard. These are the default row height. But if you have a data set where maybe you have rows which look something like this, and you want to auto fit them, you could follow a similar process. So we can click in this area in the corner. You can go to the Home tab, go to Format, and you also have an auto fit row height in here. Click it and it's going to put those back. Let's do Ctrl Z one more time, because we can also double click. So the double click trick works for rows as well. So all I would need to do is hover my mouse over any of these row boundaries, mine's in between 2 and 3, double click, and it's going to resize or auto fit those row heights as well. So some really useful tricks there to quickly format your data set and put it into a more readable format. Now, some other things that you might want to do when you're working with columns and rows is you might want to insert additional columns or additional rows. And you might want to insert those somewhere within the current data set. So maybe I want to have a new blank column in between columns F and G. So what I can do here is select column G simply by clicking in the header area. And you can press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+Shift+. Now for some of you that might be Ctrl+ on your keyboard. For me it's Ctrl+Shift+. And that's going to insert a brand new blank row. And if you want to insert more, you can simply carry on pressing it. So Ctrl+Shift++++ is going to insert more columns. If I want to insert, let's say, another 3, I could select 3 blank columns, press Ctrl+Shift+, and it's going to insert 3 more blank columns. Now, if you want to do the reverse of that, again, you can use a keyboard shortcut. For me, that is Control-. And you can see as I press Control-, it's deleting out those blank rows. I can also delete multiple by selecting them both, Control-, and they're gone. It's worth noting for all of these little tricks, you do also have a more manual way of doing this. You could select column G, right click to pull up the contextual menu, and you could choose delete from here. That is also going to delete the column. We can also delete columns by going to the Home tab, going to the Cells group, and under the Delete drop down, we can choose to delete sheet columns. Click this, and that's also going to get rid of it. So a few different methods there for inserting and deleting columns. But what about rows? Well, happily, this works in exactly the same way. I can select a row, for example, row 4, Ctrl+Shift+ or Control+, depending on your keyboard, and that's going to add in more rows. Again, we can select multiple like this, Ctrl+Shift+, and it's going to insert 5 more rows. The same thing applies. Control minus is going to delete them, Control minus again to get rid of them, and of course underneath that delete menu you have a delete sheet rows option as well. Now what about moving and copying rows in worksheets? Well, there is a little trick to this. So once again, I'm going to select the customer ID column, and you can't simply pick up this column and drag and drop it because it will try to replace the data wherever you drop it. So if you want to move this column, you need to make sure that you hover your mouse over this green border until you see that crosshair. Hold down Shift and then drag it. Notice as I drag, it's showing me where it's going to get dropped by that green line. So I want to drop it just in here, and that is going to move it. If I want to copy the column, so maybe I want another copy of the customer ID column, I would do exactly the same thing, but instead of holding down Shift as I drag, I need to hold down Control. So I'm going to make sure that I have that crosshair, hold down Control, drag, and I'm going to drop it just here. And you can see that that has now made an exact copy of that column. Now I don't want that, so I'm going to select this column, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to choose Delete. So very easy to move or copy columns. And the exact same process applies to moving rows of data as well. Now, sometimes, particularly when you're working with very large data sets, you can see that this data set stretches all the way across, so I have to use my horizontal scroll bar in order to see all of the data. You might decide that you want to hide some of the columns that you don't necessarily need. That's going to allow you to see just the columns that are important to you on the same page without having to scroll. So let's say that I'm not particularly interested in any of these columns. I can select them, and instead of deleting them, which will actually remove them from the data set, I can simply choose to temporarily hide them from view. So if I right click, notice I have a hide option in here. It's also worth noting that you have this same hide option on the home ribbon. In the format group, we have hide and unhide, and we can choose to hide columns. That's going to collapse those up. You can see we've got this green line which shows there are hidden columns, and notice that now my data set starts at column F. So that's a good indication that there are some columns that have been hidden underneath there. And I can go through and just do the same for any data that I'm not interested in. So maybe I'm not interested in any of this. I can right click and I can choose hide. So now I have only the data that is of interest to me all on the same page, and I don't have to use my horizontal scroll bar to see everything. So this can sometimes be a really useful little trick. Now, if you have hidden columns in your data set and you want to bring those back, what you have to do here is you have to make sure that you highlight the column before and after where we have the hidden columns, right click and choose unhide. And that's going to bring those back again. And if you want to unhide all columns, you could select everything, right click and go to unhide, and it's going to bring everything back again. And exactly the same works for rows. If I were to select some rows in my data set, right click and choose hide, it's going to hide them. And notice now that the row numbers are no longer consecutive. We jump from 3 to 11, showing that there are hidden rows in this data set. And once again, you can either select the rows either side of the hidden ones, or you can select the entire data set, right click, choose unhide, and that's going to bring those back again. So those are some tips and tricks when it comes to working with your rows and columns in a large data set. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can utilize alignment tools to line up and change the alignment of text and numbers in our worksheet. So once again, we're working with this very large data set. If you recall, this is the data set that has roughly 51,000 rows. Now I have made some changes to this data set. I've hidden a few of the columns. You can see that we've got quite a few columns hidden just here, so that we can see these columns that have values in a little bit better. Now, when it comes to alignment, we're mainly talking about two different things. And that is the position of the text or the numbers within the cell. And if you take a look at the home ribbon, you can see that we have a whole group of tools in this alignment group. So if we work our way through these, you can see that the ones in this top row are top align, middle align, and bottom align. So this is dealing with how the text is aligned vertically in the cell. Now this is illustrated a little bit better if I make this first row a little bit taller. So I'm going to drag row 1 down a little bit, and that is going to show you that everything in this first row is aligned to the bottom of the cell. And we can in fact confirm that if we select the row and take a look at our alignment tools, you can see that bottom alignment is highlighted in grey, meaning that that is the one in use. But what I could do is I could choose to align these to the middle, that will move them up, or I could align them to the top of the cell. And I'm going to put mine in the middle. The alignment tools that we have underneath deal with the horizontal alignment. So we can choose to have them left aligned, aligned to the middle, or aligned to the right. So currently, all of my text is aligned to the left. And it is worth noting that by default, when you enter text into a cell, it is aligned to the left of the cell. But I could choose to align these to the middle, or I could align them to the right-hand side of the cell. So again, this is very much personal preference. Now, aside from those basic vertical and horizontal alignment tools, we have some other cool things that we can do in this alignment group. So if you check out this little button just here, this is related to the orientation of the text or values that are in the selected cells. So from here, we can rotate our text diagonally or vertically. And as it says in the screen tip, this is a great way to label narrow columns. So what we could do here is we could click the drop down, and you can see that we can change the angle of our labels. So I have the heading row selected. I could choose to angle those headings counterclockwise. And you can see exactly what that does. Now I'm going to widen out this row so that those all sit neatly. So this is sometimes a way to make your columns a little bit narrower because these are on a diagonal. We could then double click to auto fit the width of these columns, and they take up a lot less space. We have other options underneath here as well. We can angle them clockwise, or we can do vertical text. That doesn't look so great and it's quite hard to read. We can rotate the text up. You might want to use that at some points, or we can rotate the text down. So this is entirely up to you as to how you want to use this. And if you want to put it back, you just need to deselect the one that you originally selected. Another thing you have in this little group here are indents. So you can choose to decrease the indent or increase the indent. So if I was to increase the indent, can you see it kind of tabs the headers across the cell? So if you need to have that indented effect, you could use these indentation tools. Now, another thing that we have in here is the wrap text option. So we looked at this briefly in another lesson. This allows us to wrap extra long text into multiple lines so you can see all of it. For example, let's take this column just here, column P. Let's imagine that this column is a lot narrower than it currently is. You can see that some of these product names are kind of being hidden because there isn't enough space in this column to accommodate the width of the text. Now we could, of course, drag the column out to give it more space, but if we want to have a much narrower column, but we still want to be able to see all of the text, we can simply select the column and click on Wrap Text. And you can see exactly what that does. It wraps the text around, so it breaks the line at the end and wraps it onto another line. So this is fine, just remember that this can give you inconsistent row heights. Because if we take a look at what we have in row 2, that all fits nicely on one line, whereas what we have in row 3, it needs to wrap around, so this row needs to be a little bit taller. Now the option underneath wrap text is merge and center, and we have a whole video dedicated to this because there are a couple of things that you need to be aware of when you're using merge and center. The final thing to point out when it comes to alignment is if you notice in the corner of the alignment group we have this diagonal arrow. As we've already seen, this opens up more settings for this particular group of tools. So it's going to jump us across to the alignment tab, and once again we have some text alignment options in here, but we have a few more. So when it comes to horizontal alignment, we've got left, center, right, we have fill, we have justify, center across selection, so on and so forth. So a few more options in there. We also have the same for our vertical alignment. We have top, center, bottom, justify, and distributed. In the text control group, again, we have wrap text. That's the same as clicking the button that we have on the ribbon. We also have something called shrink to fit. So let me show you what that does. Again, we're going to use column P. Let's make this quite a bit narrower. If I was to select this column and go back into my alignment tools and choose shrink to fit, check out what happens to the text in these cells when we click on OK. You can see what it does. It actually shrinks the font size so that each item fits in the cell and you don't have to change that column width. Now, I don't particularly like this option because, again, it gives you very inconsistent font sizes, but just remember that that option is there. There might be a time when you need to use it. We can also do things like change the text direction in here. So the default is left to right. You could choose to have this right to left. And then finally over on the side here, this is where you can change your orientation. So again, if we were dealing with the headings in this document, let's select the top row, go back into our alignment options. I could choose to rotate these headings 45 degrees, click on OK, and it's going to give us the same effect as choosing angle counterclockwise from this drop-down. So remember, a lot of the things that you see in these additional options areas are repeats of what we already have in the ribbon, but in some instances you will have more options in here as well. Now I'm going to take this back to a 0 degree rotation and click on OK, and I'm also going to remove shrink to fit and click on OK again. Now, the final thing to point out here is, as we've mentioned previously, the default is for all text to be aligned to the left-hand side of the cell and for numbers or values to be aligned to the right. And you can see evidence of this in columns Q to U. These cells contain text and values. We have text in the header, which is aligned to the left, and we have values in the column, and those are aligned to the right. And how these numbers are aligned against each other are very much controlled by the number formatting that you have in play. So I have accounting formatting selected for these cells, and that means that all of my numbers are going to line up at the decimal place. It also means that the currency symbol is going to be pushed all the way over to the left-hand side of the cell, keeping it out of the way of the actual number. And this formatting, this accounting format, has been specifically created for accountants who have to read down long lists of numbers. Remember, the other type of formatting that we have is currency, and you'll find that with currency format you have the dollar symbol pushed right up against the number, and in a lot of cases the decimal places won't necessarily always line up. So again, remember, with numbers, the type of formatting that you have applied to them can also affect their alignment. But aside from all of that, that is pretty much all there is to aligning text and values within cells in your worksheet. In this lesson, we're going to discuss merging cells. And merging cells is quite a controversial topic in Excel. So I'm going to show you how to merge cells. I'm going to show you some of the issues that this can cause, and then we're going to take a look at a better way of doing it. So let's start out by talking about exactly what we're doing when we merge cells. Now you can see that I have a data set just here. This is just a selection of the columns from the data set that we were using previously. And you'll notice here that in cell A3 we have sales 2011, and then we have some records that relate to 2011 sales. We then have sales 2012 and the same thing, sales 2013, and then sales 2014. So these are going to act like headers just to break up the data and make it really obvious which sales pertain to which years. Now we could leave these little labels where it says sales 2011, for example, in the cell that they're currently contained in. So this is in cell A3 currently. However, this would look a lot better if it was kind of centered across our data, so somewhere in the middle here. Now when you type something into a cell, it is contained entirely within that cell. So if you're thinking that you can maybe select all of these cells and then in the alignment group click on center, it's only going to center that text within the cell that it's contained in. It's not going to center it across the selection. So a way that people generally tend to get around this and get the effect that they want is to use the merge and center option. Because what merge and center will do is it will merge together all of the selected cells and effectively make them one cell. So you can then use your horizontal alignment tool to center the text into the middle of this big merged cell. So if we go to the Home tab in the alignment group, we have a merge and center option just here. Now it's worth noting that if we click the drop down, we have a few other options in here, but the one that we want is merge and center. Now as soon as I do that, check out what happens. The individual cells now all become one cell, and this cell is effectively A3. And because we chose to merge and center, it centered that text in the middle of the merged cell. So what we could then do is maybe change the background color of this to, let's go for a light purple, and that kind of gives the effect that I was looking for. I could then do this for the rest of these headings. Now, of course, once you've done it once, you can use the Format Painter to copy that formatting. So I'm going to click in cell A3. Let's double click on the Format Painter. Let's paint that across just here. And we're going to do the same for this one. And then if we scroll down, we're going to do the same for this one as well. And escape to deactivate the Format Painter. So that is the exact effect that I was looking for, and we've achieved it very simply using merge and center. However, there is a caveat to using this method. When you do use merge and center, it then becomes a lot more difficult to make cell selections, and it can sometimes cause problems with any formulas that you have. So let me show you what I mean. If I now decide that I want to go in and I want to select all of the values in the quantity column, check out what happens. If I click in cell F2 and start to drag down to make my selection, it won't just let me select the quantity column. Because we have that merged cell in there, effectively one cell, it expands to the width of that, and then it kind of uses that width the entire way down. Even if I was to use a keyboard shortcut, Control Shift down arrow, you can see it only goes to there, and I would need to do it again and again, and it just doesn't work well with this merged cell sitting in there. So making selections then becomes a problem. Now we can get around this and achieve the same effect, but using a method that still allows us to make selections and ensures that our formulas will still work correctly. So let's undo and try this again. So we're back where we started, and what we're going to do is we're going to select this row of cells, but instead of going to merge and center, we're going to open up our alignment settings. We're going to go to horizontal alignment, and if we click the drop down, we have an option in here called center across selection. So if we click on this and choose OK, it's going to do something very similar. The cell looks like it's one cell and it centers that text in the middle. So I can then go in and I can apply my background fill color and I get exactly the same effect. The difference here is that it hasn't actually merged the cells, it just looks like it has. Notice that I can still click in cell A3 and it is just cell A3. I can click in cell B3, C3, D3, E3, so on and so forth. So these are all still individual cells, they haven't been merged into one big cell called A3. And what that means is that if I want to go in and select the quantity column, I can still do that because we still have our individual cells there. So this method gives us the same nice effect, but it causes us far less problems. Now, I have seen some people, particularly when this topic is discussed on LinkedIn, say that there are certain scenarios where merging and centering is better than centering across selection. And you may well come across those in your working life. But in terms of the look and feel and also the usability, my recommendation is to go with center across selection whenever you can. So now we can simply double click the Format Painter and copy this formatting across to the other rows. And just to finish off this lesson, when we were looking at merge and center, if you click the drop down, notice that we have other options in here as well. So if you are going to use this method, you don't necessarily have to merge and center the text. You could just choose to merge across. So this will merge all of the selected cells together, but it's not going to center the text. The text will stay on the left-hand side where it was originally. We can choose to just merge cells. So that's just going to merge the cells together. It's not going to do anything with the text. And then we have an unmerged cells option, which will basically allow us to come out of that merge mode and split the big merge cell into separate cells again. So just be aware that you do have other options in there aside from merge and center. Have a little play around with those, have a little practice, and I will see you in the next lesson. I've mentioned Excel themes sporadically throughout this course so far. So in this lesson, it's time to delve into themes because themes control the look and feel of our spreadsheets. And how our spreadsheets look is a really important aspect of Excel. When it comes to designing our spreadsheets, particularly if we're going to send them to other people, we want to make sure that our data is consistent, that it's readable, and it's easy to interpret. And some themes and some color schemes are definitely easier on the eye than others. So it's important to make sure that you're picking a color scheme, fonts and styles that are going to assist the viewer and not distract and make things more difficult. Now, the first thing to talk about when it comes to themes is if we go up to the page layout ribbon, this first group here, themes, this is where you're going to find all of your settings. Now, what you'll notice is that when you click the themes drop down, you can see your themes gallery. And that themes gallery will be divided into two distinct sections. We have custom themes at the top, and then we have office themes. Now in this custom area, this is where you're going to find any custom themes that you design yourself. Because yes, as you might have guessed, you can create your own themes in Excel. Now, if you're wondering why on earth would you want to create your own theme? Well, sometimes companies or organizations require you to use the same colors that match your company's branded colors. For example, maybe your company has a yellow, green, and blue logo, and they like you to use those colors when you're working in your Excel spreadsheet. So you can build your own custom theme and specify which colors you want to use. Now, we will get onto that a little bit later, but for the time being, let's just take a look at some of the inbuilt Office themes. So we have a selection just here, and if we scroll down, we have a lot more. So there are quite a few different themes to choose from. Now, a theme generally contains three different elements: colors, fonts, and effects. So when you select a theme, it's going to have its own color palette, its own fonts that it uses, and its own effects. Now, the default theme in use when you just open up Excel is going to be the Office theme. Now, as I mentioned, Microsoft have recently changed the way that this Office theme works. We have a different color palette and we have different fonts. So depending on if you've downloaded the latest update for Microsoft 365, your color palette for this Office theme might be different to mine. You might be still using the old one. It's not a problem. Just be aware that that is why there might be a difference between what you're seeing on my screen and what you have on yours. So I have the Office theme applied, but I could also choose the older Office theme. So this might be the one that you're seeing as your default. We have other themes just here. So you can see as I hover over these, we get a live preview and it's changing the colors in use in the spreadsheet. So you could choose any one of these color schemes. So let's go for Wisp and see what that looks like. And if you want to see the actual color palette in use, you can go to the Home ribbon. And if you click on the Fill background icon, you can see here are the theme colors. Now, if I go back to page layout, notice that we also have a colors drop down just here. So by default, when you select a theme, you're going to get its default palette of colors like we just saw. But if you decide that you don't like those colors, you could just change the colors in use in the theme. So essentially, we'd still be using the Wisp theme. We'd just be using a different color palette. So maybe I want to go for, let's go for this red-orange color palette just here. So when you select a theme and change the color palette, it's not going to change any of the fonts or any of the effects, but it will change the colors in use. The same thing here, we could go in and we could change the font. So if I decide that I don't like this font, I could change it to something like Arial. The same thing would apply to the fonts and effects. If you don't like the fonts that are standard as part of the theme that you've selected, you can click the drop down, go in and change the font to something else. And the effects, if you're wondering, just relate to things like the type of shadow or the type of border you have when you start adding in things like shapes into your spreadsheets. Now, another really important thing to understand when it comes to themes is that there is a big difference between using theme colors and using standard colors in your worksheet. Let me show you what I mean by that. If we go to the Home tab and let's select this heading row up here, I'm going to go to the Fill background color, and instead of picking a color from my theme colors palette, I'm going to choose a standard color down here. So let's go for this navy color like that. Now, if you choose a color from the standard palette and then you go back and try and change your theme, so if I try and change it back to this office theme, notice that all of the colors in this spreadsheet change depending on which theme I'm currently hovering over, but that heading row doesn't change color. It's always dark blue. So when you choose a standard color, that won't update according to the theme that you've chosen. As soon as you put this back to using a theme color, so let's select it again, and let's choose one of these theme colors. Let's go for this dark red. Because this is now a theme color, when I go back and hover over my different themes, you can see that that heading row is now updating. Okay, so just be aware of that big difference between using standard colors and theme colors. Now, I mentioned towards the beginning of this lesson that you can create your own themes in Excel. So what I could do here is maybe I want to have these the same color as my branding. So I'm going to go to more colors and I can either choose something from here, or if I have a specific hex code for the color that I want to use, I can type it into here. You'll find that if you do work at an organization that uses branding pretty heavily, your marketing team are going to have a list of all of the colors that are used in the logo and templates and things like that. And they'll also have the hex code values. So you can ask them for those values, copy them in, and you're going to get the exact same color as your logo, for example. Now I'm just going to choose a random color from the palette here. Let's go for a dark green. Let's click on OK, and let's change this yellow, and I'm just going to select all of these. Let's change this to, let's go to more colors again, and we're going to do, let's do a light green. Click on OK. So I've made a couple of changes there. Maybe I want to save this as a theme so I can quickly switch to it in other workbooks. Now this is going to jump you to a default folder, go to the page layout tab, templates, click themes, and right at the bottom, now I can say change this folder. Don't navigate to another folder that you have on your PC, because we want to save into this document themes folder. So I'm just going to call this my initials and theme, and click on save. So once you save a theme, when we go back to the themes drop down, you're going to see that theme underneath custom. So I'm just going to undo and take this all the way back to how it was originally. And now if I wanted to apply my theme, I could simply go to themes, I could choose DA theme, and that is applied. And the final point worth noting here is that themes will come into play in every aspect of Excel. So if I was to insert a little chart, the colors in use in the chart are going to be based on the theme that you have in use. If I was to insert anything like a shape into the spreadsheet, the default colors are going to be taken from that default color palette. So themes are a really important thing to get your head around. Make sure you're using one that suits the spreadsheet that you're trying to construct. It's time now to do exercise 8. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So I'd like you to start out by opening up the exercise file exercise08.xlsx. Now I'd like you to insert 2 rows anywhere in the dataset and add the following 2 records. Once you've done that, I'd like you to apply number formatting to the sales column. And I'd like you to use the format that lines up the decimal places. I'd then like you to apply bold formatting and add a background fill to the heading row. I'd then like you to center the title in row 3 across all columns. And finally, apply bold and italic formatting to that heading row. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to insert 2 blank rows and complete the information for Hawaii and Idaho. Now, if we take a look at our data, let's go to the state column. I can see that these are organized into alphabetical order. So if I scroll down, Hawaii and Idaho are going to go in here. So with row 15 selected, I'm just going to press Control-Shift+ twice to add 2 blank rows. I'm then simply going to copy the information from the screenshot into the table. The next thing I asked you to do was to apply number formatting to column E, and I asked you to apply the number formatting that lines up the decimal places. And hopefully you have remembered that that is a counting format. So let's add that, and I'm going to keep this with 2 decimal places. Next, we need to apply bold formatting and a background fill to the heading row. So Control-Shift right arrow. Let's make those headings bold and let's give it a background fill. So I'm just going to go with this light blue color. I then asked you to center this title in row 3 across all of the columns. Now, if you recall, we discussed the difference between the merge and center option and center across selection. And center across selection is by far the safer one, as it means you're still able to make selections and complete formulas. So let's press Control-1 to open up Format Cells. We're going to jump into Alignment, and in the horizontal drop-down, we're going to choose Center Across Selection. Let's click on OK, and you can see that that's centered in the middle. And the final thing I asked you to do here was simply apply bold and italic formatting to that header. That is it. I hope you got an OK with that. I will see you in the next section.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Sez IT.